Good morning and welcome to Sydney Parade on Sunday. Well, it's Sunday afternoon really. It just feels like morning to me because I've only just got up. Today we have the visitors from the Bull Ring. Clontarf are with us today, so it's Bulls versus Foxes. Live scoring will be with us shortly, but we're underway. We will, of course, keep an eye on the test match.
Look, what did I say? How long would it be? One ball.
Well,
I don't think I score yet.
that's a much better delivery. Having put Clontarf on the board with the first wide. Absolutely amazing game here yesterday. Leinster, the visitors' first 11, ended up in a tie. Wicket taken when the scores were level. Well, you don't get much better than that for entertainment. I mean, I don't know who would be happy with a tie, but a tie it was. Morning, Gordon. Good, solid front foot shot. Oh.
Hey.
What's today's magic number now?
2478.
2478. It's a lovely morning here. Lovely early afternoon, shall we say. This one comes off the outside half of the bat. Goes to Bruce Whaley. Good youthful team, this second 11. A number of them would have had aspirations. Turn out for the first. Dan Murray is the one who, by sheer weight of runs, has forced himself into the first 11. Two, 4, 7, 8 was what you said, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The 9897.
No. Still got the wrong one in there.
What is it then? 9.
Yeah.
Go on. There we go. Thank you very much, Niall. You've got a lighter on you. So, second over of the morning will be from the nursery end. Well, my goodness, the houses seem very bright there. This level of sunshine is most unexpected. Rob Kelly it is with the gloves today. Live scoring doing its best to catch up, I suppose. At least it's there now.
I'm not going to tempt fate by trying to perfect the camera or anything that they've stumped up.
No, that's fine. in the air, down to third. Dan Murray with the clean pick up and throw. It nearly reached the stumps. No. I should dig them out here now. Good morning, my darling. How are you this morning? And our Philadelphia viewer from yesterday, who's been dragged back by how exciting yesterday's game was. Of course, one has to remember to mute one's phone when watching. And good morning to my daughter. Well, daughters, after yesterday. Yes. No, I wouldn't put it up anymore. Just let me be quiet. It's a Sunday game. There's no point in waking the dead. Sunil Gupta with a great chase. Won't prevent two. Okay. My daughter down in County Coogee in Sydney tuned in to watch this one. No, tuned in to hear her father's voice because he doesn't ring her very often. Well, that's 2 overs gone. The beautiful sunshine has now given way as the sun has gone play hide and seek with the clouds. When it's out, it's very, very nice, and when it's not, it's not. Graham Mooney is our live scorer today. Club captain Nick Stapleton down, no doubt to keep an eye on the talent that's in the second 11. He's got a big selection coming up this week, of course. Cup final next week. A few difficult decisions to be made. Of course, the first thing is who's available. That's the biggest question to start with. Well, two absolute legendary names of the Clontarf Cup, Delaney and Vincent.
All they did was fix it for me. Maybe they've gone too far the other way now. They have.
Still.
I was noticing I had to nudge it just a tiny bit that way. But
Still.
if I did it, they'd move it even further.
Murray goes a bit wide outside off stump with that one. So how is the weather in Sydney on this Sunday evening? In fact, how is the weather in Philadelphia? City of brotherly love, the Liberty Bell, and the home of the Phillies, the Eagles, the Flyers. Dan Murray coming in from the St John's end. It's such a good smooth action. This one in the air through the gully region. No gully in place, but a third man to do the fielding. Rob Kelly with his trademark floppy hat. Doesn't get to use it that often in Ireland, of course. I'd say we're at about 60% blue sky at the moment. How long that will continue, of course, is up to the gods. And that's it. Opened the face, tried to run it down to third, but all he could do was steer it into the hands of McDarragh Cosgrave at slip. Just make sure that is McDarragh, but a fine catch. And that's a good start for Pembroke. 8 for 1 then, with the departure of David Vincent. Fine player. They'll be delighted to get rid of him so early. Well, good night to my daughter. It's late enough and work tomorrow. Thanks very much for tuning in. And that's what you see as you go. Caught at first slip. I hope you sleep well, and I hope the start of your week goes well, my darling. Have a great time. Night-night to Niall too, of course. So, as the first of our Sydney viewers heads off to Sleepyland, Clontarf, their left-hander is gone. We now have 2 right-handers, which will make Niall a lot happier. Bruce Whaley, as ever, alert and quick in the field. Thompson it is, the incoming batsman.
I should have straightened it while I was at it. Time to run out.
Henry Thompson and David Vincent, the batsman in the middle. Which must mean it was Delaney that departed after lifting one into Slip's hands. Dan Murray really cementing his place in this side as an all-rounder. Over 700 runs with the bat, and he certainly has a few wickets with the ball as well. Goes short, it's lifted out towards the clubhouse. There is a fielder down there, but more likely that Graham Mooney was going to catch that. No, not at all. That Graham Mooney was going to have a chance to catch that. It cleared the fence by some distance, 6 runs. And that's the end of the over. The score has moved on to 17 for 1 after 3 overs. And Murray making the breakthrough, but also conceding a 6 in that over. Bruce Whaley again. Meanwhile, in Stormont, well, the target is 158, and Ireland find themselves 131 for 6. The batsmen at the moment in Andy McBride and Mark Adair. So the way it stands at the moment, Ireland need another 27 runs for victory in this test, and that'll mean 2 in a row that Ireland have won at test level. Devon Shah, it is bowling from the nursery end. Left armour. Quietly goes about his business. Daniel Murray now, of course, into his 4th year with Pembroke. He's played 75 matches now, which would make you a very tired man. Dan Murray's first year, just the 2 games played. Didn't do any bowling. Last year was his most successful with the ball, 25 wickets over the course of the season. Well, just to show you what a step forward he's taken this year, he's already on 22 wickets and looking for more. Played away square leg umpire just getting in the way. And they get through for a couple. And even seeing on his batting now, with those 702 runs, he's scoring at a strike rate of 100. Certainly a big step forward this year by both Murray lads. Dan picking up most of the headlines, but his brother also doing exceptionally well. Dan, who's played for the 5th, the 4th, the 3rds, the 2nds, and now also playing for the 1s. Unsurprisingly, when you look through the statistics database that Cricket Leinster provide, out of those 75 games, the player he's played with most is Luke Murray. 48 times they've both appeared on the same team. Lovely sharp bit of fielding, Dale McDonough in his usual spot. He does like the covers, does Dale, which I suppose is highly appropriate for a groundsman to be playing cricket. This one coming off the inside edge of the bat. A single taken again, square of the wicket on the leg side. Score rattling along now for Clontarf. And there's quite a content Clontarf bench at the moment. Various chats, I suspect, about their Saturday evenings. Murray goes short, played down to 3rd, another single taken. A very sedate start this morning. Runs being taken. Just that 1 wicket to fall in the first 5 overs. Murray now after 3 overs has 14 for 1. It will be Shah with his left armers from the nursery end next. An absolutely fabulous day here down in Pembroke. Afternoon to James Cresswell. I acknowledge receipt of your message. Doesn't make me any happier, but that's a shame. Exciting game yesterday, Dan. Have you been involved in a tie before?
No, never.
That's your first tie.
Yeah.
Might be your last.
How about you?
3 or 4. Murray moving at great pace, but the ball's going to beat him to the boundary. 4 runs. Thompson picks up. Score moves on to 26 for 1. Of course, ordinarily, Joe Prendergast, captain of this side, he's still out at the moment. Seen him back training again, but not quite match ready yet, apparently. Nicely played away on the offside, nicely fielded in the ring. Shaw pushing that one through, exercising his wicket keeper. This one going flashing past the edge of the bat. It wasn't that far away for Shah. That concludes his third over. He's gone for 12. No wickets for him as yet. And Clontarf have moved on to 26 for 1. Meanwhile, in the Test match, 133 for 6. Not too many people making Sydney Parade their viewing location for today. Not too many on the wall as yet. A couple of people outside the chapel.
Some of them may have been here for the first 3 games this morning and
Yes.
come back.
Yes, a lot of cricket on in Sydney Parade today. Murray goes very full with that one.
3 games and training.
Yeah. Amanda. Dermot Tucker. 2 games. Talk to him. Oh, the batsman really needs to leave that one alone. Thompson, following the short pitch delivery, in danger of just tapping it through to the keeper. If you're going to go at that, go at it hard, says the man who plays for the Fifths and lower. If nothing else, this commentary booth does give you the opportunity to reminisce about Sunday games. Always used to be quite an awkward one. One of the reasons I liked playing for the Fifths was their games tended to be on Saturdays, which of course would enable you to play your game and then enjoy the hospitality. Whereas a Sunday game, it was enjoy the hospitality and then try and get yourself up for the game on Sunday. Fielder on the boundary, preventing 2 runs anyway. Score has moved on to 31 in the 7th over. Another one, really, the batsman. Yeah, played the leave shot, sir. Yes. 134 for 6. Oh, 7 overs gone now. Life scoring just 1 ball behind, are they? And there it is. 19 for 1 from his 4 overs. Dan Murray returns to third man. And Devon Shah to continue from the nursery end. Oh, mine's over there.
Yeah, but it's there.
This one cut away square, but the safe hands of Bruce Whaley prevent any runs. Thought you had him a couple of times there, Dan. He keeps flashing at those short ones. Oh, that one just gets past the keeper. There's a big gap between keeper and first slip. And as a result, that one flies away to the boundary. Third man, Dan Murray, had no chance to pick that up. I'm sure you'll see that delivery again at the end of the over. Oh. Shah bowling very well without reward so far. Well, these are the sort of days that you live for as a cricketer. Nice sunny day, bit of a breeze to keep the temperature slightly down. The trees just rocking backwards and forwards rather than being blown. No sign of Simon Heaney yet this morning. He's usually stuck his head out of his bedroom window at this stage just to see what's going on. Pushes that one too far across the right-hander. Vincent just lets it go. Much better delivery. Forcing Vincent to just play it out, keep it out. Ends the over. 8 overs gone now. Just getting past the outstretched glove of Kelly. And of course, once it had beaten the keeper, there was very little else to stop it on its way out to the boundary.
You can see why. The first shot was
Quite low down. Yeah.
cleared and Danny's glove would have just plunged in there.
It's Rob Kelly.
Apologies.
Yeah. See, your beer glass didn't make it back to the bar anyway. Murray really warming to his task now, coming in at a good lick. Well, Ireland just need another 15 runs. McBrien and Adair still at the crease, putting together what is an absolutely vital partnership. Andy McBrien has reached his half century. He's on 51. And should you wish to catch up with that action, it's on Cricket Ireland's YouTube page. Just open a second tab, and you too can be watching 2 games at the same time. Sunil Gupta cleaning up on the leg side, despite the bounce off the artificial. And more runs instalment. And it appears that one's running away to the boundary. 4 closer to their target now, just 11 more wanted. And meanwhile, here at Sydney Parade, Dan Murray picks up a second wicket. Oh, sorry, Luke Murray picks up his first wicket in his first over. And guess what? Brotherly love ensures that it's Dan Murray that takes the catch. And Clontarf find themselves 36 for 2 in the 9th over. Still inside the power play. They have been producing chances. Scorer on the pitch now. So, tried to pull it out to the leg side, but could only loft it up, and Dan Murray taking the easiest of catches for his brother. Take him to the cleaners. Good pace from Luke. Luke Murray at the St John's end, taking over from Dan. Live scoring. As we saw, the scorer was on the field at one stage. Don't know where he's gone now. This one. Hurrying the batsman. Cramping him for room. Well, that's a massive shot at Stormont as we're between the overs. That one just pulled up just inside the boundary. McBrien and Adair once again digging Ireland out of a hole of their own making. And now have brought them to the brink of victory. Just short of the fielder. And then it plugged on the Stormont outfield. Shah continuing from the nursery end, and on this occasion he's driven through the covers. It's a nice shot. Four more to the total here. 40 for 2 now. 8 required. 158 is required. And Ireland have brought up the 150. Nice fielding in the ring by Gupta, throwing himself full length to get a hand to it. It's McBride and Adair. McBride has a half century. Played away on the offside in Stormont for another single. Just 7 away from victory now, and with 4 wickets in hand, the odds very much in Ireland's favour there. Here at Sydney Parade, well, the odds aren't in anyone's favour at the moment. It's still very early in this game, still within the first power play. H. Thompson has been replaced by L. Thompson. David Vincent continuing on. It's a big shot, but he's got under it, and it goes out to the fielder, and the catch is taken. Flanagan it is with the safe hands. Shah picks up his first wicket, and Clontarf find themselves 41 for 3. Just a lack of application there from the batsman. One felt he just went for it too early. He just wasn't right at all. Got right under that shot. And as a result, there's the fielding of Gupta, the full length dive, the hand out, the ball deflected, and the run saved. And that resulted then in Thompson playing that shot, and he knew straight away he hadn't got it. It went nowhere near where he wanted it to. And Pembroke Flanagan, even with the floppy on, takes the simplest of catches. 3 wickets down, 41 on the board. Very proud parent on the ground today, Steve McCarthy. He's been up in Belfast the last couple of days, driving up and back again each day. Son Barry doing magnificent work for Ireland in the Test match, as Ireland pick up another run. And Shah now has Bala Subramaniam at the crease. And this is a gentleman that we will be referring to as Yash. My linguistic skills being tested to the full today. A few stifled calls for LBW from the last ball of Shah's 5th over. And the score now at 10 overs is 41 for 3. Just with 10 overs gone at the end of the power play, we'll take a quick look at the Clontarf card as it has been so far, and you can see those 3 wickets to fall. Pembroke will be the happier of the two sides. 3 wickets down in those first 10 overs. Back in Stormont now. 5 runs short from victory. Ireland's second Test victory within reach now. Ireland's only second Test match at home. The first one in Malahide against Pakistan. They fell to defeat. So the first win from an Irish Test team looks like it might be coming at Stormont. Give you a chance to dry out now, will it? he's done well there. He's hurried the batsman. Member of Australia's over 50s team has got in touch, watching us today. Grant Drew had a successful tour of Ireland and the United Kingdom. Enjoyed himself tremendously. Great to hear that you're tuning in. Thanks very much, Grant. We know you had a super tour. Hope you personally enjoyed it. Certainly some highlights there for you. And welcome back to Sydney Parade. It doesn't seem that long ago that you were strutting your stuff here on the grounds of Sydney Parade in Sandymount. Luke Murray now. He started with a wicket maiden. Not a single run has come off his first 11 balls.
9 people.
Yeah.
I think that's five phones on the test. Huh? You on the test? Yeah. I think it's 5 phones and 9 people.
He gets through another maiden. He now has 2 overs, 1 wicket, and no runs scored off him, and no extras conceded. And that's it. Ireland have won the Test match instalment. They have won by 4 wickets in an enthralling game of cricket instalment. And many congratulations to the Irish side, and you can see how much that means to them. Another Test victory. And many, many congratulations to the Pembroke players representing their country. Yeah, we'll all be delighted with that now. And fair play to Mark Adair and Andy McBride. Change of bowling here at Sydney Parade now, though. It's Shah, having taken a wicket, is now ceremoniously dumped, and the left arm spin of Donakataka will be next across your screens. Well, the first delivery almost brings a run out. Bruce Whaley it is, swooping on the ball. Oh, right, so we all get to clean our glasses again today. Manda? No, I'll open 2 by mistake. Do you want to clean your glasses? Two in a row.
Two on the bounce.
And there it is, another wicket. McDonough it is, who snares the catch, and a 4th wicket goes down with just 41 on the board. And this is not the start that Clontarf were looking for. 4 wickets down in the first 12 overs, and all 4 bowlers in the wickets. My daughter was on again this morning.
I would be concerned that she's becoming a cricket fan.
She's gone to bed now.
All right, fair enough.
As I said, they tune in to hear my voice because I don't ring them enough. Well, just flicked off his toes, and all he could do was, with no power at all, it was right in under the body. He's tried to flick it away, and all he could do was lift it to McDonough. Simplest of catches. And a 4th wicket falls with just 41 on the board. Now, we expect there to be a partnership of some description at some stage, but at the moment, Pembroke well on top, 4 wickets down.
Actually, here it is. I might clean my phone.
Dutt is the next batsman in the procession of Clontarf batsmen we've seen so far. David Vincent, well, he's standing tall for Clontarf. I'll finish with this one now.
Maybe off the inside of your.
Come down to commentate, they said. Clean your phone. Well, this has been a good performance by the second so far to reduce Clontarf to 42 for 4. And at the moment there seems to be a little bit of, well, not miscommunication, but they seem to be struggling a bit deciding when to take a run.
Reverse.
Obviously massive disappointment from you last night on the fact that there was no super.
It's the closest we've come to a super over so far.
I was just thinking there earlier, what they should do in those is have a super over.
Or for the bonus points. If it's a tie, one side ends up with 10 points, the other one ends up with 15. Instead of 12. No, but
13, 12 split, at least.
no, but 12, 15, 12, 15, 10 as opposed to 12 and a half, 12 and a half.
Or we could just go European Super League style. What do they call them again? Golden Ball.
Golden Ball. Yeah, European Cricket Network with their innovations. And Luke Murray, unsurprisingly, continuing. He's now gone 13 balls without a run coming off the bat. And he very nearly picked up a second wicket there. That one flying through at great pace. Whilst all the attention has been on his brother with 702 runs and 22 wickets, Luke Murray is quietly and efficiently just improving and improving with every day. This one, a good length and driven straight back down the ground. Flanagan is after it. He will pick it up before the rope, but he won't be able to prevent two coming from that. And that's the first runs from Luke Murray's bowlings today. 2 runs in 15 deliveries, and don't forget he's already taken that wicket. 44 for 4 in a sort of, what is that called? Palindromic, I suppose it is. 4-4-4.
Something like that.
Dermot Tucker heading out to his usual spot on the railway line side of the ground, covering the covers. He's got his Galway gear on anyway.
His Galway gear on. Yeah.
I wonder who gave that to him. Well, our viewing numbers have increased obviously as the test match is now over. People going from the test match and switching into the excitement that is Sydney Parade. The captain of the fifths Prashant Nair tuned in today. His side had a good win yesterday. He might send us some of the details. Ireland with a test match win. Luke Murray, who's been bowling beautifully well, he has 1 for 4 from his first 3 overs. The first 2, well, wicket maiden and maiden. And then his most expensive over going for 4 runs. Donica Tucker now, he picked up a wicket in his last over. He'll be asking questions again. Into the 14th over now. The change bowlers just have the most amazing figures at the moment. Luke Murray 1 for 4. Donica Tucker 1 for 1. Dermot Tucker being brought in from... Oh, sorry, Luke Murray being brought in from the boundary, leaving just Dermot Tucker to patrol that area. Shah with a super piece of fielding. The bowler went for the caught and bowled. It was a bit wide for him, but Shah was covering behind him and did a super job. They go for the quick one. The ball thrown to the bowler's end, and they get through safely for 2 more runs onto the total. Murray again, doing some neat field, well, neatish fielding. Let's not go over the top here. He got his body behind it, and no run was taken, so that counts as good fielding. This one played away on the offside. Dan Murray comes in from Michael Sharp corner and drags it in to the keeper. There was a ball in the test match where it was played out towards the boundary and the fielder went chasing after it, managed to get his hand and stop it in the field of play, but the fielder carried on, jumped to the advertising hoardings and disappeared. They ran 5. Village cricket on a test match. .49 for 4 here in Sandymount, home of Pembroke Cricket Club, Sydney Parade. And they ran 7. And all run 7. That's amazing.
That is amazing.
You almost expect to hear the Benny Hill music in the background.
Actually had 3 and 4 overthrows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I've had a 3 and 4 overthrows. I've scored everything 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But I haven't gone any further than that.
I'm not telling my annoyance story again.
Lovely shot through the offside. They'll take 2 here handily enough. Vincent starting to look in form, and that's ominous for the Pembroke bowlers. You can plug your phone in if you want. It's got the cable out and ready already. Nicely clipped away off the hip, down to the scorer's table. Shah does the fielding. They just take a single. The score moves on to 52 for 4. Dutch, he may only have 4 from 11 balls, but he's taking his time, playing himself in. Well, that one just clubbed down the ground. Dan Murray's the one doing the fielding. He makes his brother stretch for the return. So what Olympic sports are you waiting for?
Child binding.
Ah. Is that not just a demonstration sport this time round?
Yeah.
Child minding.
It's a boulder.
End of the 15th over. And Clontarf 52 for 4. And these two, well, they're being a bit more circumspect. Rob Kelly removing the floppy and going for the helmet suggests that the spin of Tucker will continue from the nursery end. I see on the sidelines there, captain of the second. Non-playing captain today, of course, Joe Prendergast. He's enjoying his day in the sun. Tucker then from the nursery end. Bit of a full bunger to start with, and that will bring Dermot Tucker into play. God, it's really become a club of brothers now, hasn't it? You think of the Tectors, the Murrays, the Tuckers, Cosgraves, Kellys. Father and son of Whaleys. It really has become a family club. And a family club where apparently on a Saturday night most people go home relatively early. Just flicked around the corner. It wasn't a shot with any power, or as it turned out, any evasion of fielders. There's always a single, says Craig. Yes! It's 2 o'clock when we got to bed.
No, but when we left here.
Oh, when we left here it was about 11.
Yeah.
You'd wandered off.
No, it was when you tried the phone.
Yeah.
And we're always, we'll be out in 36 if there's no sign of us.
Oh, another full bunger, this time played away on the offside down towards Clubhouse. Dan Murray again. Well, isn't he invested in this game today? Remember Dermot Tucker, it's not that long ago that Donica Tucker was playing on the fifths. And now here he is. Plenty of first team experience under his belt as well.
Have they got water? Huh?
So bowler number 5 into the attack now. Today's captain, Flanagan. 16 overs gone now. Umpire signalling to the scorers that it is a new bowler. Flanagan it is. And if this goes the way of previous bowling changes, one might see a wicket falling. If not in this over, then fairly soon anyway. It's a wicket the Pembroke would love to take now. Have them 55 for 5 would be really on top. This one left it away, and it just the despairing dive of Whaley. They'll pick up 2 for it, but it was a very risky shot and nearly end up with Bruce Whaley. Vincent very much the senior partner of this partnership at the moment. Sounds like another wicket falling in Park Avenue. Don't know who's playing in Railway Union today, but whoever it is seems to be having quite a good early afternoon. Nicely played out in the offside, but Dale McDonough getting everything behind it. Returns it to the bowler from his knee. Flanagan making minute adjustments to his field before he comes in. Oh, that one just getting past the edge of Vincent's bat and flying through to the keeper. It was an expansive drive, but no contact with the ball. Nicely played again by Vincent. He just pierces the field. It's going to race out to the extra cover boundary. The fielder is after it at the rate of knots. It is. It goes on and on and on, just like Ariston. A beautiful boundary from Vincent. He's moved on to 31. He has 31 out of a total of 61. You can see just how well it's going for him today. Part of the reason is his fine shot selection. I have to admit, somewhat surprised Derek Vincent not with us today. Thought him and his camera would have been taking in the sights of Sydney Parade. 17 overs passed. Flanagan's first over cost 6 runs. Score now 61 for 4. And Tucker to continue from the nursery end. He also has the off-spin of McDarragh to call upon, or the off-spin of Bruce Whaley. Tucker using variation in pace. Dutt very watchful at the moment. Tucking that one off his legs, but the call of weight from his partner. The right call. Batsman goes on to the back foot, forces it away through the offside. Dan Murray does a little bit of tidying up. They get through for the single, and that will bring Vincent back on strike. And that's exactly what Dutt wants to do at this stage, is just give as much of the strike as possible to the man with 31 to his name. Vincent long been looked at as one for the future. Where did Amanda go? Lifted in the air, and that's the simplest of catches. And Tucker takes his second. He has now 2 for 9. And with Dutt's departure to a very, very tame shot, he'll be very disappointed with that. And as James would say, absolutely. Tucker 2 for 9 in his 4th over. Dutt departs for just 6 from 20 deliveries. He was providing good, solid partnership with Vincent, but now Vincent sees another partner disappearing back to the dressing rooms. It was Dale for the simplest of catches, and that brings Vickers to the crease.
That's not Dale. That is Sunil. Yeah, that's Sunil who caught that. Dale is out here.
Well, there you go. A little bit from the test. Celebrations. Steve McCarthy will be down for Victory Pint later on. Be interested to see if he turns up on Shanks's pony, on his bicycle, or driving. Of course, with the Olympics on, loads of sport on television today, competing sports. Rowing was on yesterday, badminton today, diving. I think the diving's still on.
Swimming. I was watching swimming, gymnastics, rowing.
Women's sevens today?
Women's sevens are later on, yeah.
So plenty of sport on the Olympics. We thank the 12 of you who have tuned in here, chosen this for your viewing pleasure. I'm sure you have this open on a laptop or on your TV, and the Olympics on a different screen. It's a sports lover's delight today. Verstappen's home Grand Prix, the Belgian Grand Prix, is on today from Spa. Always the most entertaining race, and of course has one of the most famous corners in motorsport in Eau Rouge. Used to be a customs post, Eau Rouge, that corner. And of course the whole Spa-Francorchamps circuit used to be many, many miles long. Brought back to what is in effect a stadium circuit for safety reasons years and years ago. For what, day 5 of the test match?
There's the Olympics.
Yes.
I don't know how they did their ticketing.
Well, the French shrugging their shoulders at a lot of sports, I feel. As Flanagan gets another one past the edge, it's Vickers who's come in. And after Vincent taking that single from the first ball of the over, Vickers now starting to make his way. This one played out on the onside. Dan Murray again. Oh, we've said how invested he is in this game. There's a seagull who's made itself very much at home on the way to Cow Corner. That bird actually looks like it's nesting there on the outfield. Yeah. Nice little sea breeze coming in. It's a lovely day to come down and sit on the wall. Bar not quite open. I will, of course, inform you as soon as I see bar staff. Flanagan kicks that one in an attempt to stop it. And, in fact, kicks it to an open space. And they get through for the single. Vickers is off the mark now. To tell you what a wonderful day it is down here. People sitting outside the chapel, deciding not to take advantage of the sun, but rather to sit under the shade of an umbrella. And plenty of other people have been slopping the suntan cream on. Dermot Tucker patrolling the entire boundary down there. And they get through for two. And that's the end of Flanagan's second over.
Here's that interesting one.
Kicking it at the other batsman's face, just missing.
Who then had to scramble up and go, run! Oh, one more.
Could you throw that to a bin for me? See Scout's being taken for a walk. Scout Murray.
One more.
As Tucker comes in and bowls. Vincent plays with great aplomb onto the offside. Just a dot ball. 67 for 5 now into the 20th over. Another one just played defensively. Vickers being very watchful. Tucker's already picked up 2 wickets in his first 4 overs. A bit short on this occasion. Powered through on the offside. Dan Murray again. Preventing any more than a single. Camping chair mightn't be a bad call until Kate arrives. Just don't set it up near the Dougals. Vincent very watchful against that delivery. He's waiting for the one that gives him a bit of room. Perhaps dragged down a bit short, like this. That's the one he wanted to go after. It was a far more expansive shot, but all he could do in the end, by mistiming it, is push it back to the bowler. So 1 ball left in the first 20 overs of this game. And Pembroke, well, they'll be very happy. 5 down, Clontarf now. Just 68 on the board. As Vincent, that's the final ball of the over, goes through to the keeper. There's Scout at the top, running past the sight screen. Mommy Carol Murray, now just, as you can see in the top left of your screen, getting some water for the dog.
So perfectly positioned.
I know who they are. Oh, it's Nick and Joe.
Captains of the first and seconds up in the top right of your screen, watching from the, well, close enough to Becker's barn there. Flanagan to continue from the St John's end. Starts with a dot ball. No, we're laughing at you. No, I'm not with you. you lit. Another dot ball. This innings not really getting going for Clontarf as yet. Going along at just about 3 1/3 and over. It's those 5 wickets down, though, that are making the big difference to this game so far. And the wickets being shared amongst most of the bowlers. 4 of the 5 have wickets, and Donica Tucker has 2. This one played out on the offside. Dermot Tucker with the one-handed pickup. And again, Scout making another appearance on screen. He's the most tracked dog at this ground. So far today. No doubt we'll see Josh later on.
Well, his tennis racket is there, and his tennis ball.
Yes, tennis racket and tennis ball left at Pembroke by Josh Garth. This one played down on the offside. Gordon, there's 2 things wrong with that. If you were left-handed and if you were a batsman. You look a better batsman left-handed, but so does everybody.
Finally getting the switch practice in. Joining this century.
Oh, 70 on the board now. We missed the 69 for 5. Morning, James. The sun is out. It is a glorious afternoon if you don't have any plans. May I suggest drive down, stop in the Circle K on the Strand Road, pick yourself an ice cream or a crepe from Scoop, and come on down to Sydney Parade. That's strange, because you hydrated well yesterday.
Plenty of fluids.
You had loads of fluids yesterday. I'd have thought you'd have been fully hydrated, Amanda. Scout had quite a lap there. The ball followed him around. He got a drink. I spent more time commentating on your lap than I did on the cricket. Tucker still reeling in the years. Two for 10 from 5 overs, into his 6th now. Sweep behind square, and that one might be all the way, or it might be just pulled up inside. No, it's all the way. The effort to pull it up, unsuccessful on this occasion. The umpire signals 4 runs, and Vincent moves on to 40. Going along at a good pace, scoring his 40 runs from just 54 deliveries. He's batted for 9 of the 21 overs. This one, well, that was pulled down short by Tucker. Murray does a good job getting across and stopping it. And Shah assisting with the tidying up. 2 more to Vincent, 42. He's closing in on what will be a most important half century for his side. He has 42 out of a total of 76. Another one to be swept around the corner. Another one for Murray to chase after. He's full pelt chasing it. The hat finally gives up the ghost of trying to stay on the head.
Across the road again.
Yes, once again. No, I didn't. I could just look. Our Railway Union seconds are playing the Hills seconds, and the Hills seconds are 99 for 1. The Hills having a more successful time on Park Avenue than Clontarf are. And I can now announce that Barman Sean has arrived. The floods of people can come rushing down now. Keep him busy. Stop him watching the All Ireland final by insisting on watching rhythmic gymnastics or, I don't know, underwater ballet or whatever Olympic sports are on today. 22 overs gone now. 79 for 5 is the score on the board. And there's the lovely sweep shot. Tucker thought he was in with a chance. And then Murray's scoop back not quite working on this occasion. And 4 runs conceded. And then this is Dan Murray's fine bit of fielding. Gets his hand down to it. And then the two of them pick it up. Between them, Malahide seconds are up in Balbriggan today. And they're 69 for 4. Nice delivery from Flanagan. Angling in at the stumps. Leinster seconds in Rathmines. In Observatory Lane, find themselves 101 for 3 against Merrion seconds. And then Phoenix seconds, who find themselves in Division 4, have Wexford Wanderers 62 for 9. There's a Sunday game of cricket for you. Cork Harlequins at Farmers Cross are 150 for 4 against North County. And in Division 16, Sandyford Thirds are 43 for 4 against Swords. North County Fifths, I suspect they've had better days. They find themselves 37 for 7 against Ashbourne in Division 14. As Vincent takes another 2 to the railway line. Athlone seconds playing in Bird Avenue against Merrion Sixths, a 55 for 1, and Merrion Fourths playing at Anglesey Road, a 44 for 2 against North County. Gorey going well. They're 124 for 1 in 13 and a half overs against County Cavan. And that is as far as our live scoring goes today. So that's our run around the grounds. Here, we're halfway through, or more than halfway through the 23rd over. Just 2 balls remaining of Flanagan's over. These two starting to put together a little bit of a partnership. Nothing that would worry Pembroke at this stage. This one going down the leg side. I didn't think so. Did you? Nice full delivery to finish off the 23rd over. Oh, stop. Kelly just... Oh, I'm Not sure there was anything on that, but the
I thought
disappointment.
I heard a noise,
A few of the
made
players,
noises.
yeah.
I thought I heard a noise. Yes, look. I found one.
Clontarf thirds versus Mullingar, currently available on Clontarf Cricket Live. Now bringing up their coverage. Have they moved their camera?
Yep.
They have, haven't they? They've taken it off the scorebox. Vincent moves on to 49 with that shot. And closing in on a well-deserved half-century. He really has been the backbone of this Clontarf innings so far. Well over half the runs to date. Vickers very much playing the holding role at the moment. 3 from 16 deliveries. But it's exactly what his team needs at the moment. Just somebody to stay with Vincent. As the screen freezes in front of me. Well, there was a choir of anguish. I don't know who from. No, it was a full face of the bat. Now, it'd be a lot easier game for bowlers if batsmen weren't allowed to carry bats. And that may have hit his pads in front of the stumps if he hadn't had a big bat, but it seems to be a mandatory piece of equipment to take out with you when you're batting is that piece of wood.
I'm trying to think what you do as a batsman without a bat to try and
Get runs.
score runs.
We'd still get runs now.
I actually think I'd be doing this with a helmet on and just been trying to like.
Well, there is the card for Clontarf so far. There's going to be another change of bowling now at the St John's end, and we are going to see that off spin of McDarragh Cosgrave. Could be that we have spin at both ends now.
That's 1 over to drinks, so
And why not throw it on there? 1 over to drinks.
we're a much more part-time bowler for
Does Sean even know? Well, we'll find out soon enough, that's for sure.
the non-playing captain could have sorted it out all right, so
Well, yes. This one a bit short, and it's hoiked out to the leg side. It bounces at the feet of Dan Murray. He came in as if to go for the catch, and then ended up in that awkward position of being too close to dive for it, but too far away to get your hands down to it. It was one where, to be honest with you, the batsman got away with one there. Dart with a few passengers on board, heading down to the southeast. Another one that's short, another one that's pulled away on the leg side. And on this occasion, he finds the rope quite safely. And another 4 runs. The score moves on to 89, and David Vincent has picked up a magnificent half-century. 53 from 66 balls at a good rate, and he has 53 out of a total of 89 for 5. 36 runs coming from the other 6 bats and extras. He really is dominating this innings for Clontarf. This one pushed in, swept away to the leg side. This occasion Murray employs the long stop in front of an adoring crowd. Dara now getting into his stride. First dot ball of the over. Well, that's the over called, and that will be drinks. And there's, it got some turn on it, and it went away. As you see, this is the one just bouncing in front of Murray. He did well to get a hand to it and prevent the 4 as it tried to get past him. And I can tell you now that the players are leaving the field of play. They're going for their drinks break. And while Niall shows you some...
The wave of the bat. That's all out.
That is the half century brought up. This is the story of the first 25 overs. Clontarf's batting card. Well, it's not the prettiest of batting cards, but David Vincent is certainly standing tall. He's on 54 from 67. But very few runs amongst the others. Henry Thompson, the only one to make double figures. Not even extras has made double figures today. And Luke Thompson, Yash and Dutt. Well, 6 runs between them for batsmen number 4, 5 and 6. Vickers, he's on 5 not out, but he's proving to be a sticky partner for Vincent, and the two of them actually putting together a bit of a partnership now. This is the Pembroke bowling figures, as you can see. Most bowlers successful one way or another. Dan Murray, 1 for 19. And Shah, 1 for 22. Luke Murray, well, he's 1 for 7 off 4 overs, including 2 maidens, and one of those being a wicket maiden. Donna Tucker, 2 for 21. A superb economy rate. And Flanagan, again, not letting the batsman get away with anything. With Dara Cosgrave with that 1 over before drinks. And that brought forth 6 runs. The partnerships, well, 10, 26, 5, nothing, 22, and now they're up to 27 in this partnership. So nothing really exciting there. The Clontarf bench, quiet and reflective. And all the players seem to have gone inside for their drink, whether they're actually ordering a decent drink at the bar or gone in to have a little look at the Olympics in the meantime, who can say. This is how the Clontarf innings has progressed. You'll see the 5 dots along this line, and it's been, well, isn't that it? Tell its own story. Those 3 wickets in overs 9, 10 and 12, just taking the heat and the heart out of the Clontarf order. And Vickers has had to come in and do a very good job of sticking around. Here is the summary as it stands at the moment. We'll let the players finish the rest of their drinks interval. You happy enough with the summary, or do you want the scorebar? There. So we'll leave the match summary there. Clontarf seconds. They batting first today. And they're batting first because they won the toss and decided that's what they wanted to do. They certainly didn't want to be 90 for 5 at drinks, but Pembroke will be more than happy with that. So for the moment, we'll just take a short break.
Norton got 50.
Okay, play.
Well, the drinks break is over. We're back onto the field of play. Tucker to continue from the nursery end. He has 2 for 21 from his 7 overs. He's into his 8th now. It's been a fine spell by Tucker. A bit more control than perhaps we've seen recently.
Here.
Well, you don't see that very often. One batsman on 5, the other on 55, and both with the initials DV. This one wide outside off stump. And that didn't really work out for the batsman. He had a big hoik at it, and that's just what Tucker wants to see as it thudded into the keeper's gloves. First over after drinks.
Do you want a drink?
Uh,
Orange squash?
one of those with orange squash in would be lovely, thank you.
Do you want anything?
I know I'd have to throw that orange squash out. I'm sure it's now.
It'll be fizzy at this point.
Well, there it is, the first over after drinks. Tucker picks up a third as Vicar just steers one into the fielder's hands. And that's a super catch and 91 for 6. How often we see a wicket falling in that over after drinks. Vickers couldn't help himself, played too much at it, and as a result, he's on his way for just 5. The 6th Clontarf wicket is down with just 91 on the board, and that is a very happy Pembroke huddle. And here is the replay.
Watch the ball. It's an earlier ball.
And watch the ball on this one. Bing! That's the one that's going to take it into somebody's teeth at some stage. And then here we go. Because trying to get his front foot across, bat quite away from the body, and as a result, the bat just lifting the ball rather than driving it. Got onto it a little early, and it was lifted out to the fielder, who took a fine catch just inches off the ground. And the 6th wicket fall, and that brings Ben McCarthy to the wicket. McCarthy has faced his first ball now. Dan Murray returning to the attack at the St John's end. A few changes on the field. 92 for 6 now. Pembroke returning to their opening bowler in the hope of really stamping on when you have the opposition down. You really want to keep them down there, not give them any hope. 92 for 6. Clontarf, having won the toss and electing to bat, have really put themselves into a difficult position. This one going through to the keeper. You heard the hope expressed by Dale McDonough that the runs are going to dry up now. Well, 6 wickets down, one feels that the first thought of the Clontarf batsman will be preservation now. And Murray completes his 5th over. The score 92 for 6. McCarthy yet to get off the mark, and David Vincent marching on with 56 out of a total of 92. Nice shot. Tucker continuing. Coming towards the end of his spell now, but what a successful spell it's been. That muscle I pulled in my back yesterday. Hmm?
You could be in the chair.
Yeah, well, certainly in a bit of pain today. Just the one turn on the field so far. Less black-headed and more sort of grey-headed goal. As Tucker into his 9th over now. 3 for 23. He really has applied some pressure today, taken some wickets. And the field really brought in on son of Gupta going in nice and close. And McCarthy takes advantage of that to get off the mark and get down to the non-striker's end. David Vincent, he's on Hines, 57, and we'll see which variety he comes out with next. Powered away on the offside, and it will reach the boundary, and that will take him straight into the 60s, and it will take Clontarf to the brink of triple figures. Oh, this one's pulled down far too short. It's powered away on the offside, but this time it goes straight to the fielder. It's Bruce Whaley now who's doing the fielding out at Michael Sharp corner. One of only 2 players outside the ring, it would appear. And now with McCarthy back on strike, Gupta comes in close on the offside again, putting some pressure on this batsman. And he plays it out very nicely, exactly to Gupta, who manages to hit the stumps without even trying. It's the end of the over. Tucker has 9 gone now. He has 3 for 29, and Clontarf are on 99 for 6. Thank you. Murray. He's been brought back to break this partnership. Not that it's a very big partnership at this stage, but how Pembroke would love to see the back of David Vincent. As long as he's there, Clontarf will feel they've got a chance of putting up a score that they can defend. Full toss played out, quick run taken. First bit of urgency we've seen in the running between the wickets, but Vincent doing his best to get down to the non-striker's end. McCarthy will now have 4 deliveries at most to face from Murray. He wants to put the base of it on that machine without trapping any wires underneath. Kelly with a spectacular stop down the leg side. Still signalled a wide, another one onto the total. Clontarf move on to 101 for 6.
Just the right work for you?
Yeah. It worked where it was. But, yeah. This time, played away to square leg, and a big cry of "oh!" I suspect from the bowler. I thought that without that inside edge, he'd have been launching a massive appeal for LBW. Wasn't to be on this occasion. And Vincent now on 63 and facing, and McCarthy, having picked up another single, has moved on to 2 from 7 deliveries. Bit of a crowd starting to build up along the wall now. Major and Pager of the Murray family down there, and of course captain the first 11, the second 11, and first 11 coach down. Are they talent spotting or just enjoying the sunshine? It is a good opportunity for these second 11 players to stake a claim. Robin Kelly seeming to wear what I would call... Well, they seem to have the cross of St David on them. Robin Kelly's wicket-keeping gloves seem to have a red cross on a white background on them. Yeah. Oh, have a look when they...
Oh, yeah.
There. Do you see what I mean?
No, I don't think it is.
This one just tucked away off the feet. No single taken.
Hey, Fiacre.
But you can see where I got the idea from. There's definitely a red line down them anyway.
There it is.
Colour blindness, isn't it great? Well, another over gone, 29 gone. We're coming up to 60% of the way through this first innings, and it will be Donica Tucker to finish out his 10 overs. That's the one thing I would say about today is the temperature is varying. It's going up and down by degrees. Tucker just making a slight adjustment in his field, bringing Sunil Gupta in on the offside. Vincent calling no run. Going along at a batting rate of, strike rate of 80 as Vincent, which is quite remarkable when you consider that he has 64 out of 103. Clubs one out towards square leg. Lost a little bit of timing in that shot on that occasion. And that'll bring McCarthy in to face the final 3 balls of Tucker's over. Trying to give it more air. In fact, gave it a full bunger. And that lets McCarthy off the hook as he pulls it out to the railway line side where it trickles out to the fielder and trickles back into the bowler. It's just
for a few minutes.
Yeah.
You know,
This time winds up, powers it out to the offside. Bruce Whaley with the slight misfield, won't cost any runs. And they'll bring McCarthy back for the final ball of Tucker's spell. And it looks like he's going to finish with fine figures, both from an economy and a wicket-taking point of view. McCarthy keeps that delivery out. That is the end of the spell. 3 for 32 for Donica Tucker off his 10 overs. And that's quite magnificent from him. It'll be interesting to see where Captain Flanagan goes next. Still another couple of spinners there on the team. But at the moment, he's sticking with the pace of Dan Murray. Some of our spectators today, it particularly amuses me that there's a gentleman shielding his eyes with his sunglasses, and yet he's got a hat on his knee. McCarthy to face Murray. Pulls it into the leg side between 2 fielders. They're both after it. West Indies now leading by 76 runs against England with 3 wickets remaining. And this one, I think, padded past the keeper. Ireland beat Zimbabwe by 4 wickets in the end. Murray getting one so close. That deserves a replay, that ball. Wow, Ireland's second innings scorecard in that test match at Stormont. PJ Moore 0, Andy Balbirnie 4, Curtis Campher 0, Harry Tector 0, Paul Sterling 10, Lorcan Tucker 56, Andy McBride 55, and Mark Adair not out 24. Well, thank goodness for that tail again. It may be a win, but would we not say that it's a little bit of papering over the cracks? Yeah, see why I asked for that one? Murray considering himself very unlucky there, looking for his 2nd wicket, his 23rd of the season it will be. 23 seems to be the magic number this weekend. Stormont, the 123rd test venue. Northern Ireland, the 23rd country to hold test cricket. And 23 degrees. But if somebody was to push the thing at the back up, You can make the temperature higher. Like, who calibrated it? If that's the way it's held.
Yeah, to push that up
You can make the temperature go up.
or down.
As I say, calibration. No single to be taken there. That would have been foolhardy, and the no call was quite correct. Lots of Metrobank one-day games going on around the world. The triathlon swim training was scrapped because of the level of pollution in the River Seine. You see that, Amanda? Rocky Flintoff is making his Lancashire debut today, age 16. And Tucker and McBride steer Irish to win over Zimbabwe. Well, the left arm orthodox spin of Donica Tucker being replaced by the right arm orthodox spin of McDarragh Cosgrave. He had one over before drinks from the St John's end. He's now at the nursery end. It was a record 84-run stand between Lorcan Tucker and Andy McBride that helped Ireland to a 4-wicket test victory over Zimbabwe at Stormont. Just played away on the leg side. Dale McDonough shadowing the ball. Finally meets up with it. Gets it back to the bowler. The hosts, Ireland, were struggling on 33 for 5 at the start of play in the chase of 158, but Tucker and McBride batted superbly to notch up the country's highest 6-wicket partnership in tests. Well, when you're such a new test nation as Ireland are, I think this is test number 10 or something. It's certainly...
Yeah, we still have a few that will be tough to match. Like our 10th wicket partnership record is solid.
But it's the time in a test nation's career that you can almost set a new record every test match. Having lost their opening 7 tests, Ireland have now recorded back-to-back wins. Andy McBride, unsurprisingly, man of the match, 4 for 38 in the Zimbabwean second innings. And then that absolutely vital half-century and partner to Lorcan Tucker in that vital stand to get Ireland over the line. Back here at Sydney Parade now, we're in the 32nd over. The umpire just checking if there's one to come. Kieran Catley it is. And they've now called over. There's a very bright pair of shoes coming across the ground. I can only assume that that's our president. The owner of the brightest shoes in all Christendom. And there'll be a change of bowling now at the St John's end. It's going to be spin at both ends as Bruce Whaley and his off-spin come on from the St John's end. Just 18 overs remain in this innings now, and if we have 2 spinners on, then maybe, just maybe, we are going to fly through some overs. Captain Flanagan certainly opening up the entire box of tricks today. That one just straightening. Going on with the arm. Past the outside edge of David Vincent's bat. He's batted so well for his 67 to date. Brings out the sweep shot. And Luke Murray does some fine fielding. Mr. President, good afternoon. Slip in for McCarthy. Nice flight from Whaley on that occasion. Leaving a bit of width for the batsman on this occasion. Fielders combining nicely. Keep it to a single. McCarthy gets himself down the non-striker's end. Well, that was just a bit short, but it's in the air. And he's taken a fabulous catch. He juggled it, he played with it, and finally on the third, fourth attempt, claimed it. And that makes a big difference. And that's a wicket down. 119 for 7 now. And again, another bowling change by the skipper pays off. And my goodness, hasn't he done a good job in the field leading this Pembroke side? Well, it was pulled down a little short. Vincent thought he could take it on. I have to say, he is not getting the round of applause he deserves going back into the dressing room. Fine knock. Comes to an end, and that's the wicket that Pembroke wanted. 119 for 7 as David Vincent departs, having really been there since the start, but the 7th wicket to fall. And 33 overs gone now. Bruce Whaley 1 for 2 off 1 over. And Pembroke, well, they've got to consider themselves to be in the box seat at the moment. Dragged down a little bit. Vincent was onto it. And then he saw the player out there and he waited. And he saw it being juggled and he thought he was going to have to run. And then he realised that the juggling had worked. But watch this now. 1, 2, 3, 4. On the 4th touch, he finally takes the catch. He'll be relieved at that. There's nothing worse than juggling it that long and then it going down. You think, why did I put that effort in? But he did. It paid off. And that brings Gilhooly to the crease, although the batsman did cross. Over up. So it's McCarthy to face. Just played down the ground. Just 3 wickets left now for Clontarf, and one wonders what sort of figure they have in mind that they might be able to defend. One has to think that 119 is not that number.
Yesterday says
Well,
4-9, was it?
247. 247 was par, though. This one turned around the corner. They go through quickly for the single. They get there. Kelly with what appears to be the most amazing tail. Of course, it is just his floppy tucked in to the back of his trousers. And it is giving the impression that he could shake his tail feathers. The way it looks at the moment. Little shudder in our picture there. Oh, right over the top of middle. Well left by the batsman. Left it on length. Just describing what's happening in the nets here. Some of the fox cubs and the silver foxes getting a bit of netting in together. Yeah, look at that for a tail. Rob Kelly and his amazing tail feather. Darragh Cosgrave getting through his overs. Last ball of his third, last ball of the 34th. And it brings forth a wicket. Gilhooly went down to play a defensive shot, and it took the edge of his bat and flew across to first slip, and Gupta taking a super catch, and that's now 121 for 8. And it's almost a subdued celebration from Pembroke. They weren't expecting to get through this Clontarf batting order quite as quickly, especially as Clontarf were the ones who decided to bat first. You'll see it here. Comes forward to play defensively. And my goodness, wasn't that close to keeper Kelly's pad. And what a great reflex from Gupta. Sunil taking a lovely catch. Surprised his dad isn't down here to watch. And Rob Kelly and his tail feather head for the other end. It's the end of the over. Darragh Cosgrave has 1 for 8 from 3. And Clontarf now 121 for 8. And it's been a bit of a procession here this afternoon. Not pleasant watching for the Clontarf supporters. But Pembroke delighted with the way this innings has gone so far. Pembroke very well led by Porrick Flanagan. Which has to ask the question, when the next starring list comes out, how are they going to fit Joe Prendergast back in? Now he's back from injury again. And Bruce Whaley's continue now from St John's End. Tosses one up. And it's B. McCabe and B. McCarthy. The B team. What about it, David? David Vincent just going down to the sight screen in case it needs moving. But you don't need a sight screen for that one. Slipped down the leg side, helped on its way. 4 runs, and welcome 4 runs for Clontarf. Bruce Whaley not quite as happy with it. 4 off the first ball of his over. Again, just a little short on length. Allows the batsman to pull it round to square leg for the single. Now going over to assist with the moving of the sight screen. Left-hander now, B. McCabe. Coming in at number 10. And we see just one man sitting on his own in front of the gents block over on the sidelines. Thought of a run there, not taken. There's a big dark cloud that is covering the sun now. Nicely tossed up by Whaley on this occasion. Fields his own bowling. Tossed up and played away on the offside. That concludes the 35th over. Just 15 to go now. And one wonders how many of those 15 are we actually going to see. Bruce Whaley now 2 overs, 1 for 7. Darragh Cosgrave, of course, to continue from the nursery end. Spin at both ends working for Pembroke today. Donna Katucker with 3. And now Cosgrave and Whaley with 1 apiece. Say again? All right. And what's that for? Well, there we go. But Darragh Cosgrave picks up another wicket. Big, loud appeal. It wasn't so much a questioning appeal. It was more a statement appeal. They knew it was out. The umpire agreed. And Robin Kelly has shed. It's just fallen out, his tail feather, lying on the pitch there behind him. So a second wicket for Darragh Cosgrave. He now has 2 for 8. And McCarthy it is who takes that long trek back to the pavilion. Just pulled away beautifully for 4 on that occasion. Finding the gap in the field. And as he tried to play the reverse, it got through, hit him on the pad, and he left the umpire with little to no choice. Hitting him on the back pad. He looked up and he was disappointed to see that the umpire had dismissed him. LBW. He goes for 14. And that's 9 down now with 126 on the board. And Clontarf, well, they've got to be disappointed with such a small total. As the Tour de France just passes by behind the bowler's arm. And we wait for a batsman to come out to the middle. He's slowly making his way out now. In far earlier than he would have expected.
Cheers.
Thanks, Derek. Did you get a shudder then, did you? I noticed one earlier.
Yeah, I know.
And that's when I looked up to see. Exactly. So Nocton it is, who comes in to face Darragh Cosgrave. Oh, he swings across the line at the first one. There is a cry of "How's-he" from somewhere out in the field. It could have been a Park Avenue, to be honest with it. It was high, it was going down leg, but apart from that, a very good shout. Well, he's determined to come round on anything on his body. Pembroke now just 1 ball away from getting back to the pavilion with the job done. This one hit in the air, straight down the ground, no fielder in sight. It will be chased, but it will reach the boundary, and that's a fine start for Nocton. If you're going to go down, why not go down swinging? Goes back over the bowler's head, no fielders there, of course. And Small moves on to 131 for 9. Seems to suggest if you give anything to this batsman, Nocton, he's going to have a go. That brings McCabe on strike, the left-hander. Yeah, 14 overs. I'm going to get up and go for a walk as soon as this wicket falls. We'll go through the cards later on, but at the moment. Oh. In fact, I don't know how long they'll take between innings with it being so early. Still an hour's worth of play to go. 14 overs. Clontarf, well, they're going along at 3 2/3 an over. 132 for 9. McCabe and Nocton in. Yeah, as soon as you move it, they'll take a single. So I'd leave it alone at the moment. You can tell you just out a shot on the left-hand side are the fielders in the ring. And that one's left well enough alone, as it should be. He's bowling where he feels the camera should be. Tossed up, hit out in the offside, but safely. They're going to take two. And every run that this pair can add to this Clontarf total will be most welcome. Certainly by the Clontarf team and supporters. This one played into the leg side. They will just take a single. Nothing wrong with that. And that will bring the left-hander on strike. And this is what Niall was talking about while he didn't change the camera. Mind your back, Derek. Left-hander facing Whaley. He's chopped it back onto his own stumps, and that's the end of the innings. The score then for Clontarf, 136 all out. It's taken 36.2 overs. They have left a lot of deliveries in the scorebook untouched. And that will be a 10-minute break, and then I suspect the teams will be straight out afterwards as Pembroke will start their reply in chase of 137. Noel will show you some replays, and I will take issue some cards before the start of the second innings. Thank you for just that wicket is the replay coming up, and here it is, tossed up. It was moving away from the stumps, and there you go, just knocking one bail off from the inside edge, and that's Clontarf all out for 136. They'll be disappointed with that, to be honest. It's not the sort of score you expect from a second 11 in a 50-over game. But Pembroke will be delighted. They've done a good job in the field, all the bowlers getting involved. And at this stage, we'll say thank you for joining us, and join us in about 10 minutes for the start of the Pembroke reply. Well, welcome back to Sydney Parade, where the waving picture tells you that Niall is resetting the camera for the second innings, trying to get it straight and level. And we will start with a wide. Pembroke in pursuit of Clontarf's 136. They need 137. Well, now they need 136. Tucker and Cosgrave it is. Opening the innings. Dermot Tucker playing his second game of the weekend here on Pembroke Cricket Live. Opened for the firsts yesterday in their tie with Leinster. Another one that's very wide. Tucker chasing after that one. And in fact, if he hadn't chased after it, I suspect the umpire would have signalled that one wide as well. Run rate required. Well, I don't think we'll be taking much notice of that figure today. Luke Thompson it is, bowling from the St John's end, opening the second innings of this second 11 Premier League game. The cushion's brilliant. Played through the offside, cracked through the ring. It's running down towards the boundary. And it reaches the boundary just before the Clontarf fielder. And that's 4 runs onto the total. And Pembroke already on to 5 in this first over. Just 3 balls gone.
It's how uneven the ground is the ultimate killer. Because it doesn't move very far, it goes to a completely different angle.
Another one wide outside off. Another one onto the total. And Thompson struggling for control in this first over. She got the 4 beautifully. Nice, I say. I also woke up this morning and wondered why I had 6 quid in my pocket. Because I never have coins, and this morning I did, and I wondered why. It was because I was playing pool last night. Another thing that came back to me as I went, oh yeah, that makes sense. Teeny Mac, I haven't seen the Prendergast today yet. Oh, thanks. Looking for the run, not taking it. One ball still remaining in this 8-ball over. Dermot Tucker already finds himself on 8. Well, that one coming back into the batsman, cracking into his body to no effect. That's the end of the over. Oh, what a lovely shot that is. The bat is well away from the body. The hands freed. And it got there beautifully. Well, left arm over, and Clontarf doing the sensible thing and putting the left arm bowler at the nursery end. Necessitating a move in the sight screen at the far end. Stokes has opened the innings for England.
think that's just a baseball.
Well, they needed 82 for win. They need 38 to win. And perhaps they're limited by time. Is this day 5 for them?
Forecast.
Day 3. So no particular rush. Played away behind square on the leg side. The long leg is the one to field it. It's another one added on to the total. Stokes is on 39 from 17 balls. Seems to be an accelerated version of baseball. Perhaps Stokes has promised his team 2 days off and wants to finish it on day 3. Another wide. Extras piling up already.
Well, speaking of Prendergast.
Oh, is he here? What is the Prendergast? It's shorts, fleece and baseball cap. Do you remember the days of early season when we'd see him wrapped up in a whole pair of jeans and a puffer jacket and a beanie? He's gone for the shorts, particularly short socks, and just a baseball cap. But there is a fleece on today, and that's probably a wise move. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's what the weather we're expecting this afternoon, all courtesy of Peter Prendergast and his very white legs. Nicely fielded on the offside. Dot ball. Pembroke just in pursuit of 137 is the total that they need to win this second 11 Premier League game. And the award for the most ridiculous league name goes to... Driven away on the offside, and that pierces the ring, and that runs away for another 4, and that's a shot of a man in form. He moves on to 12. The shot of the Pembroke bench, well, not too much emotion being shown over there at the moment. But Pembroke, at the rate of knots, chasing after this Clontarf total. Clontarf need wickets, and they need a lot of them in bunches. What is the collective down for wickets? Is it bunches of wickets? This one nearly taking the edge of the bat and going through to the keeper, and one has the feeling that during the first innings that would have taken the edge. During this innings, no such luck. End of the over, 2 overs gone, 16 on the board, and Dermot Tucker, he has moved on to 12 from just 10 deliveries. What a super shot this is. When he frees his hands, that shot becomes a thing of beauty. And there is the Pembroke bench in the background. They seem happy enough with proceedings at the moment. Luke Thompson to continue now. "11 minutes past 4 here, Irish summertime." It's a joke, isn't it? Oh, it's, sorry, 11 minutes past 3 at the moment in the afternoon. You think it will be what, 3:45?
10 to 4 or 4 I think it's 3:20.
I'm sure Graham will have the answer. He's doing the live scoring for us today, and many thanks to him for doing that. It provides us with the graphics, and also it's becoming rapidly getting to a stage whereby if we don't have live scoring, then we certainly won't have commentary. Simon! Yeah. It's all right, no matter. I did lean back.
Yeah, no, but even that.
Yeah, it's quite loud.
Cheers.
I did. Nicely played down the ground, gets past the first two fielders in the ring. Might not actually go. It did. It's really, that is not wasting any energy at all by overhitting. 4 more runs onto the total. And that's McDarrah's first boundary of his innings. Dermot Tucker dealing exclusively in them, I think. Going down the leg side, signal to wide. Firmly hit down the ground, not quite off the middle of the bat. Not quite with the timing that you would want. Played away on the offside. $350.
And here we go. Oh no, that's not. Oh, screw it. Let's stay now. I meant to have the shot as well.
There is the ball slowly, gradually. Just made it over the line. 4 runs. Doesn't matter how much further it goes. That is economy of effort if ever I saw it. McCabe now to continue from the nursery end. Score after 3 overs. Pembroke going along at 8 and over. 24 on the board already. And then McCabe brings a ball like that out of his locker. One wonders how long the Clontarf skipper will keep the openers on for. Will he see out the power play with just them? Nicely fielded on the offside. President on his 3rd lap now.
Oh dear.
Everything's recorded here, David. This one off the outside edge of the bat and runs away down to 3rd. They'll take the single. Sorry, Noel, what did you say? Yeah. Ashley Balburney. Oh, perhaps we should make an occasion of it and have a Pembroke Grand Prix. How many laps can you complete in an innings? And the thing is, if you're walking past the bar and somebody offers you a drink, you have to stop and have the drink.
Oh, that could be with a separate competition.
Thank you so much. I just gave you the blue one. There you go. That's. Well, you know, you're going to end up like Peter Prendergast. Yeah, we'll be referring to the washing line weather report. Yes, no, he came over to show us. He's in shorts, a fleece, and a baseball cap. Yes, you will.
Oh, you want a glass and you want water?
I want a cup. And water. One of the coffee cups, just full of cold water, or half full. Yeah, but just half full of water. Salfordine has arrived. We're back. Thompson coming in. Searching for the edge of that Tucker bat. He does like to put it out there. Pembroke going on at a very good rate, but it's not the rate that matters here. Clontarf need to take 10 wickets before Pembroke get to 137. It's in the air, but it's in front of the fielder. Possible run out. Oh, it was close either way. Tucker takes a look at his bat. Another single onto the total. Crowd along the wall and in front of the bar. Growing all the time. People choosing to spend their Sunday afternoon out in the sunshine. A few of us will decide to spend it in a dark room. Dark, silent room. Thank you very much. England are now 7 runs away from winning their Test match against the West Indies. Ben Stokes has moved on to 44 from 22.
England, Wales, West Indies, Northern.
If they've all played on the same day.
How many countries have we ever had playing Test cricket on the same day before?
Oh, there's certainly more than 4.
That's not 4, is it? West Indies is about 11.
14. 14.
14 for the West Indies?
Yep.
Yeah. England, Wales, Republic of Northern Ireland, Zimbabwe. I think Zimbabwe's the single.
Yes, it is.
It's the 3 multi-country teams.
It used to be in a federation, but that was a long, long time ago. Yes, how many countries? Yeah, but once again, the question becomes, do you include the West Indies countries that don't have a representative on the team at the moment? Down the track, hit on the pads, big appeal, big chance of a run out. He was so far down the track, if that had hit, he was a goner. All interested, all action, all happening here. Bar open now, of course, in Sydney Parade. Sean is your barman today, at least for the first while. We will advise you of any changes in that status. Cracked through the offside. Fielder coming across. Cuts it off. Can't stop the single. Score moves on to 30. Scores are level in the test match now. Ben Stokes has 51. It wasn't far off, was it? That's edged, that's through, and he's on his way, and the umpire, Kieran Castley, doesn't even have to raise a finger. He knew, he's gone. Tucker gone for 15. Ben Stokes has a half century off 28 deliveries. And England require one to win the third test and win that series 3-0. Here at Sydney Parade, Pembroke have lost their first wicket. Dermot Tucker, who had played some absolutely glorious, flamboyant shots, has perished. Yeah, nothing. Well, they're neck and neck going into the fourth lap now. You'll hear the dulcet tones of Peter Prendergast and President O'Riordan. And here is the reason why. Ed's through. Nice catch from the keeper. He's taken simplest of catches. And now, for the first time I can remember this season, Sunil Gupta at the crease, coming in at number 3 today for the twos. Back after his excursions with Trinity. And now back in Pembroke colours. Another one who came through the Fifths Academy. I think he remembers his time there quite fondly, himself and his brother. It's Alan swearing that's doing it. Played away on the offside. That will end the over. McCabe will be happy enough. Clontarf is certainly happy enough. 29 for 1 then. There is the replay and the celebration of Clontarf. Just to give you the quick comparison between the two sides at this stage, as a change of bowling is about to occur, you can see that Pembroke were ahead of Clontarf, but the loss of that wicket now brings them very much back into contention, back level pegging. However, Clontarf did leave 14 overs out there, so Pembroke could win this game without ever crossing that blue line. Change of bowling now. Gilhooly it is from the St John's end. Leon Gilhooly. We've seen him before on Pembroke Cricket Live. After 5 years, there's been quite a few players we've seen a few times. We've seen it all here at Sydney Parade over the last 6 years, including yesterday. Was that our first tie? Tries to go short with the first ball. It's pulled away to the boundary. It was a poor ball. It was a loosener. It was a Sunday afternoon delivery. Not what he wanted, but certainly what Darragh Cosgrave wanted, and he put it away gleefully. Takes 4 more, and he moves on to 12. Well, England have won that third Test match. They join Ireland as victorious Test nations on this day. This one tucked away on the leg side. The keeper at full stretch managed to take enough off it. 33 for 1. Sunil Gupta. He's always appeared to have time. Hi Ed, how are you? That was another part of my piecing together my evening last night, was I looked at my wallet and went, hang on, didn't I have a lot of cash in? Oh yeah, I met Ed last night. That's great. Well, that's short, pulled away down the leg side. The fielder does very well to keep it in field, gets a good round of applause from this appreciative, knowledgeable cricket crowd. Can't prevent 2 runs, but did prevent the boundary and did a good job in doing so. 36 on the board now. Exactly 100 behind the Clontarf total. Signalled a wide. There was an appeal from square the wicket on the offside. I think he's almost blushing at that appeal. You had a good night then. You know it's called tap and go, don't you? You did tap and stay. Gilhooly getting a good bit of movement. But good to keeping that one at bay. Good call of no. It ends the over. Gilhooly, well, that first loosener he gave, that apart, decent over. 8 coming from it though, and Pembroke now just require 100 runs. They are on 37. They have lost 1 wicket, that of Dermot Tucker. He fell for 15.
20 minutes to tea.
And they have 19 minutes to tea.
I wasn't saying 19.
No, 19.
Because it's 19 minutes until they have to start bowling the last over.
Looking to just push at that one. Gupta always calm, laid back. Never gets too down. Always in a good mood when you're talking to him. His brother Sid used to play with the Fifths as well. Remember Sid scoring 99 in Dundalk to get us out of a tricky spot. It was a game that I do believe Mark Crowley, Ben Crowley's father, played in that game. This one just lifted into the leg side, little uppish. Darrell won't mind that though. Fell short of the fielder. A bit of encouragement going through the voices of the Clontarf players. And the breeze now very definitely coming from the southwest. That's usually rain corner. Ben McCabe on this occasion gives a little more room. It's played out, but the fielder in place, and he got down to it well. Last time we saw Clontarf of any form in this ground, I believe, was the first 11 game where Paul Ryan rolled back the years very definitively. This one goes down the leg side. Kieran Casserly signals are wide. And Pembroke's runs required drops down to 2 digits. Hit straight back past the bowler. Fielder in pursuit, but I have to say the idea of running into that big metal sight screen often makes a fielder slow down. And that gave the ball a chance to reach the fence. 4 more. Darragh now going along quite nicely. 17 from just 20 deliveries. This is the thing about the young guns. They play with no fear. This time comes down the track and then takes plan B and drops it down to third and just takes the single. Quite sensible batting. And I have to say that Salfordine is a marvellous product. There is that one back past the bowler, past his fingertips. It was aerial, but wide of the bowler. And then, as I say, the sight of that sight screen does encourage fielders to pull up a little earlier than they might.
Boys were saying enough this morning, so I left it alone. Bit of a gap. I think there's that gap at the other end.
Yeah, no, it's very close at the other end. Liam Gilhooly now back into it. I think he realised it was going down leg. Lovely summer's day here now. Just the slightest of breezes coming across the ground. If you want to just feel the heat of the sun, the wall is available. If you want to experience the fresh, clean air of Ireland, then join Peter Prendergast and President O'Riordan as they lap and lap again. Niall plane chasing at the moment. There we go. Oh, now Gilhooly getting a good bit of movement back into the batsman. Gupta playing him out in the offside with neither power nor timing. I could. Well, a bit shorter, Gupta onto it. The fielder on the boundary, super piece of fielding. Quickly back to his feet. They complete 2, but he saved another 2, and that's David Vincent The one batsman in the first innings to really get after Pembroke. He built himself a half-century before he perished when I think he was the 8th wicket to fall, 7th or 8th wicket to fall, with 60 odd to his name, and he was a big part of Clontarf getting to that final total of 136. And on this occasion he demonstrated his fine fielding prowess, coming along the boundary. He seems to have injured his right hand a little. Let's hope that's nothing serious and he can just shake that off. But he's just done a super piece of fielding, getting behind the ball and leaping back to his feet. We'll see this piece of fielding here. Niall bringing it up for us. There, down, straight back up after the ball. Gets it back in. And it's only at that stage you see the big shake of the right arm. That hurt. That hurt. But hopefully he'll be okay. Gilhooly's 2 overs now, going for 11 runs. McCabe now into his 5th over. This over, of course, will bring to the end the power play. Pembroke have taken somewhat advantage. They've been scoring it over 5 and over. Clipped away off his legs, past square leg. The fielder is chasing out after it. And he's now given up, knowing that the ball is going to beat him to the rope. And it does. And that brings 50 up for Pembroke in the 10th over. And that takes McDara Cosgrave on to 23 from just set 27 deliveries. And his partner, Sunil Gupta, very much playing the watching brief at the moment. He's on 4 from 11. And 50 for 1 then of 9.5 overs. McCabe again straying onto the leg side, and again pumped away, and again a boundary. Another 4 from McDara Cosgrave. He's very nearly at a runner ball now, and Pembroke have powered on to 54 for 1. Just 83 more required from over 40 overs. This time a nice shot out in the offside. There is a fielder behind it. He makes sure he gets everything onto it. They just take the single and decide that that's enough. Fielder's close enough to it. There's already been 9 off the over. This has been a good over for Pembroke. As it will be the end of the power play in a moment, we will show you the worm at this stage. And there you go, exactly with the last ball of the first 10 overs, Ben McCabe picks up a caught and bowled, and all our ideas and plans for graphics disappear, as Niall will bring you the replay of what is the 2nd wicket to fall, as Sunil Gupta just pops one back up to the bowler, and he goes for 4, and Pembroke find themselves 55 for 2. Yeah, I see you've picked up a follower, gents. Stalker.
He's bowling with his feet, I think.
There it is. Just straight back to the bowler. He took it without too much trouble. He got his hands the right way round for it.
But anyway, the drill, cotton balls are always chaos.
Ben McKay picking up a wicket. That's his second. 2 for 23 now from 5 overs. New man to the middle, Dan Murray. We've already spoken about Dan Murray at length this weekend. Seven minutes till tea. Yash coming on to bowl. Looking to make a change. Now we're outside the power play. Turning to spin. Got away with that one. Niall.
The replay machine would have saved me.
This time redirects the shot, puts it into a bit of space, lets them get through for the single. Plenty of room on the leg side, but you take on David Vincent on the fence at your peril. Everyone moves a bit straighter, leaving perhaps the sweep shot open for Murray. Good delivery. It's a great opportunity for these young guns to put their hand up in front of the club skipper. He's here watching today, as is the captain of the seconds, who's still out, not fully match fit yet. Afternoon, gents. Are we in for a quick net or? Excellent. Well timed. Played out on the leg side for a dot ball. Finishes Yash's first over. Just the 2 runs taken from it. 57 for 2 now. And what we suspect will be the last over before tea. And Pembroke will be happy enough. Just 2 wickets down, 57 on the board. As we do go into the last over before tea, we'll have a quick look, and you can see the worm. Well, Pembroke very much ahead at the moment, but those 2 wickets down. You can see at the same stage, Clontarf were 3 down. Of course, Pembroke at the moment just 1 ball away from that situation, so not too much between the teams at the moment. It might seem like Pembroke only need 80 from 39 overs and 2.05, but it's wickets that matter here today. Change of bowling at the nursery end. Alan Toffrey on the ground today. He's here working in his capacity. Assessing today's umpires. I don't know. Why was it laying earlier? I wonder if Mr. Ryan is watching from Cyprus today. I can't read them without my glasses.
And I'm letting you read it yourself.
Not a very heavy night, but I've pulled a muscle in my back, Mr. Ryan, and that is adding to my discomfort. Between my ribs. It's quite painful. But there was a heavy night as well. The Bundaberg came out, and the barbecue was started at 1 o'clock in the morning or whatever. I think 1 o'clock we started eating. They lit the barbecue at about 11-ish. They do like their late braais, do the South Africans. This one played away on the offside. Liam Gurhooli will pick up the rolling ball and return it back to the bowler via a couple of teammates. David Vincent, he's often had devastating spells with the ball coming up through the sides. He's been given this last over before what we assume will be tea. This one pushed through the field. The cry is 2 straight away. There's nobody on the fence, so the fielders on the inside have to go and do the chasing. They do get back for a second. Murray moves on to 3. This one just played out on the offside, into the fielders. The fielders pick it up, and that is 12 overs gone, and the umpires now are deciding that that is tea. So, with 12 overs gone, Pembroke have reached 59 for 2. They require another 78. They have 8 wickets in hand, and they have 38 overs in which to do it. Clontarf, well, they need all-out attack. They need 8 wickets, and they need them quickly. So at that, we'll say thank you for your time and your attentions to date. And we hope you'll join us in half an hour when we will be back for the conclusion of this Premier League, second 11 Premier League game between the Foxes of Pembroke and the Bulls of Clontarf.
Just to let you know, on our walk we discovered they're taking 20 minutes for tea. So I guess maybe 10 minutes left?
Welcome back after the tea break, curtailed tea break.
I did bust in, so.
And Pembroke back in pursuit of this 137 they need for victory. One for our viewer out there. If Johnny Bell is viewing, I can tell him that Frank Butler and his wife are sitting on the wall and they were looking for your number, so I passed your number on to them. But I don't know if you have any plans to come down here this afternoon, Johnny or Nikki. Return. They've been here already.
Oh yes, I've been here today. It was amongst the 3 games this morning.
All right. What was I say? Frank Butler here to see Johnny Bell, or at least hear from him. Yaz finishes his second over. There's the one that could have been. Just spilled at the end. He got away with that one. It was up there a while. And it made it back to turf, terra firma, quite safely. And the score remains 60 for 2. It's Dan Murray and McDara Cosgrave are the 2 batsmen in at the moment. Joined by Mr. President Billy Gallagher in the commentary box. David Delaney picks up a wicket and Dan Murray perishes to what was quite a careless shot in the end. Pembroke 60 for 3, and are they going to make this a lot more difficult than it should be for themselves? Expansive shot to play just after the tee, and he falls to a catch in the deep, and David Vincent picks up his first wicket, and he now has 1 for 2 in 7 deliveries. Nicely judged catch all the same. 3 down for Pembroke now, 60 on the board. Afternoon, Paddy.
Switched off just in time, and all I got was that. Damn. All I got was that anyway.
Robin Kelly is the new batsman, left-hander. Parents here watching him today. He starts off playing one out the leg side. Kept the bowler interested in fielding it. Wasn't to be. Four signalled, 3 to come in the over. Kelly off the mark on his second delivery in trademark fashion, finding the boundary. Rob Kelly, never one to hang around, has complete faith in his abilities. Watching that one go down the offside. It's the end of the over. The score remains at 64 for 3. There are 14 overs gone. And Rob Kelly got off the mark in trademark fashion. Lifting the bowler down the ground. Just a word or two of wisdom to Dan Murray. It'll be Yaz to continue from the St John's end. Where's the thermometer at the moment? Murray playing 2 or 3 shots at that one. Finally playing it out in the offside. And Clontarf with 3 wickets to the good. Well, they're feeling like they're back in this game. Murray recognising that delivery. That's the change up. Goes down the ground, and it's the simplest of catches, and a 4th wicket falls. And what are Pembroke doing here? They really do not need to be pushing on to score quickly. And yet that's what they're trying to do, and they're perishing doing it. Murray departs for 3. I'm just waiting to see Niall show the replay of what in the end was quite a tame dismissal for Dan Murray. Disappointing for the young lad. But the cricketing gods often remind us that everything lays in their hands. Still 3 balls to come in the over. New batsman, Dale McDonough. You'd almost say Dale is the ideal man to send out in this situation. You know how much he values his wicket. And he will certainly get the strike rotated. Busy at the crease is McDonough. Yash comes into bowl. McDonough just plays that down between slip and wicketkeeper, running away towards the rope, but only towards, it won't reach it. Picks up 2 runs. 66 for 4 after 15 overs. And Kelly will be back on strike. Took their party over there then. 2 taken on this occasion, quite handily. Kelly adds another 2. He now 6 from 6. As I say, he has a willing partner in running with Dale McDonough. White t-shirt. A returning Pembroke member today on the ground, as well as Frank Butler, who starred in the 80s, 90s, but also young Matthew. I say young Matthew Ty. He always will be young Matthew Ty to me. This one gets past the bowler, but it's fielded behind him, prevents a single. And there's a bit more life about the Clontarf field than there was when there was only 1 wicket down. Kelly thinking of coming down the track, decides against it. Wide signalled. Score now 69 for 4. Good afternoon, James. Chipped up on the offside, and luckily enough the trap had been set on the leg side, so nobody in the vicinity of where that one landed. They get through for the single, brings McDonough back onto strike. The score moves on to 70. Last ball of the over. Spin has definitely been the way to go today, one feels. And the sight screen being moved now. Really don't like seeing people inside the sight screen. Too easy to get a leg trapped under one of those bars. And let me tell you, I just don't like seeing it. Big appeal from the Clontarf field. Turned down on this occasion. Another over slips by. 16 gone now. The required rate for Pembroke, well, it's under 2 runs and over, but that's not the important thing. The questions here are, can Pembroke get another 67 runs, or can Clontarf claim another 6 wickets? Going to be a change in your perspective of this match. Left-handed batsman taking guard. And the right arm bowler going round. There's going to be a lot of movement. Because the sight screen moved like that. Yep. And there's the angle we now have. Yeah.
Yeah, screw it. Stay in.
New bowler's name yet to come up on the screen in front of us. At the last minute, Kelly pulls back, gets ready to reset, and we're ready to get this over underway. Good stride down the pitch from Kelly, getting to the pitch of the ball, getting an inside edge on it. And that was a very good ball. It's going to run away to the boundary. Boundary saved just about.
But Kelly does pick up another. He moves on to 10. That's exactly what I mean about Dale McDonough. Quick running between the sticks. Yep. Well, that's played away. Well, steered away, but this is commitment for you. Gets down, flicks it back inside. And Clontarf happy at saving a couple of runs there. Yash into the second half of his over. Big appeal from the Clontarf fielders. Didn't come off the bat. There are still hands in the air. That to me is still appealing. That to me is excessive. And that to me is not out. Squared Kelly up. It came off his thigh pad. Went past the keeper. Slip took a very good catch. It wasn't given. Somebody's still asking the umpire. I don't think he's going to change his mind at this stage, sir. This one pushed through a little quicker. Kelly recognised it, got himself back in. Also pushed in towards that off stump of the left-hander. That's the end of the over. 74 for 4. Very clearly takes the thigh pad, and Kelly even signalling that. But his heart would have been in his mouth. There's always that worry that the umpire won't see it the way you want him to. But yep, that one coming off the thigh pad. Nice catch by the first slipper. And 74 for 4 after 17 now. McDonough has just popped one up on the leg side, and the fielder coming in has dived, caught it, and that's a 5th wicket down with 74 on the board, and Pembroke doing their best to implode here. They're making a game of this, Pembroke, and Clontarf really feel they're back in it. Robin Kelly there looking down at the scoreboard, and it tells its own story. 74 for 5 now. McDonough departs. The run rate, no problem at all. But as I say, it's can Clontarf claim the wickets before Pembroke claim the runs? And at the moment, well, would you say, Clontarf, who are your favourites at this stage? Yep. Well, what a super effort that was by the fielder to make the ground, to get his hands out there and to hang on to it. Super catch. Just on the shot too early, it popped up, and the bowler thought it was going to be his, but the fielder made sure he was there. He did what was needed, and that's a fine catch. New batsman in the middle. We now have 2 left-handers.
Of course.
Two left-handers, not Niles' favourite, obviously. Tucker and Kelly. At the moment, Tucker just playing himself into this. David Vincent, he's in his fourth over. 10 for 2 now. This one played away. Kelly agrees to the run. They get through. The fielder stops it with his ankle. That's the end of the over. 18 gone. 75 for 5. Whilst our attentions obviously are fully on this game in front of us now, just a quick run around. The Hills second scored 258 for 8. In the same league as this, Railway in reply 2 without loss. Malahide at the Jack Harper ground were all out for 161. Balbriggan at 71 for 1. This game here turning into an absolute thriller. Meanwhile, Leinster seconds were 225 all out off the last ball of their innings, and Merrion are 4 for 1 in the second over. And Harlequins in Division 4, 288 all out, and they have North County 35 without loss. That's our trip around the grounds as Yash begins his 5th over, and it's very clear that spin is working for Clontarf at the moment, and why wouldn't they stick with that? Played away on the leg side, but there's a fielder there. No run, another dot ball. Do get the feeling as Brian McDonald enters the ground for the Wheelfield Road gate, but I do get the feeling that the Pembroke batsman would almost prefer a bit of pace on the ball now. This one played away on the offside. Nobody patrolling the boundary on the offside. Good defensive shot. Director and producer Noel Walsh heading off to the sight screen again, and while he is out of earshot, once again wish to demonstrate my absolute admiration for the work he does here in producing these pictures. Kelly taking on Vincent on this occasion, pumping him out to the boundary, takes the single. And this far more sensible batting. No need for the overly expansive shots as the pitcher. Oh, we apologise for the movement. This is Niall trying to get it right at the moment. This one pops up on the offside. They're going to look for 2. They're going to take 2. The fielder's just picking the ball up now. And that's an easy 2 for Pembroke. And that takes them on 78 for 5. We're in the 20th over now. As I say, overs aren't really the concern. Oh, a chance put down at slip. Very difficult chance. Vincent creating problems for the batsman. Slip unable to get down to his ankles.
Another dot ball, well tossed up by Vincent. They'll look for two again, and they'll get them. No point in taking the third. And 20 overs gone. Pembroke have moved on to 80 for 5. They require another 57. And they have 5 wickets in hand. I get the feeling from the activity to my side that we're about to get a replay. That one just into the gap. Just above the fielder. Out of his reach. And that let them get through. And then that one there to the feet. It nearly stuck between his ankles. That was his best chance, I think. And then that one just guided past the hands of Yaz, back into his 6th over now. Starts with the dot ball. Robin Kelly on strike. Playing with restraint. Wouldn't be the trait he's best known for when it comes to batting. Slapped away on the offside, nicely fielded at point, and no run. And Kelly departs. There was an appeal for the catch and then an appeal for the stumping. I don't know which one was given first. We'll wait for the official scorebook on that. Well, 80 for 6 and Pembroke subsiding. And suddenly at 136 looks like a good score. And the difference between the two sides at the moment, David Vincent, he really battled away. Took his chances. And he got 60 odd. And it's the stumping for me, because it didn't take the edge of the bat, but the foot was in the air when the bails came off. So Pembroke now 80 for 6. Another one of the young guns comes to the middle. This time Bruce Whaley finds himself and his side in a bit of trouble. And it'll be interesting to see how they go about this now. Yep. The only permanent solution is a much bigger sight screen. $80 for 6 now. The spinners are the ones doing the damage for Clontarf. Another over passes by. Afternoon. What's happening? And suddenly Clontarf will consider themselves to be in the box seat. It's a very straight bat being shown to everything here by Donica Tucker. Suddenly there is a life and a pep in the step of the Clontarf fielders. They really do believe this game is theirs for the taking now. David Vincent 2 for 16 to go, along with his half century in the first innings. Scored about half of the runs that Clontarf managed. And now he's adding another maiden to those figures. Score 80 for 6 after 22 overs. Here is the picture of this second innings from a Pembroke batting card point of view. And you can see, apart from the opening pair, very little else has been happening. Again, the middle order failing. It did in the first innings, it has in the second innings. The question is there somebody on the Pembroke side who can take this through? There's the bowling card as it stands so far. The spinners at the bottom taking 4 of the wickets to fall. 55 for 1 and 80 for 6. Well, that tells its own story. 5 wickets for 15 runs. And Yaz continues. This time bowling to the right-handed Bruce Whaley. Big shot from Whaley out towards Cow Corner. There's a fielder chasing around after it. He's going to get there before it reaches the rope. And of course it is David Vincent who returns it to the bowler standing next to the stumps. But 2 runs to Whaley with the aerial route. Perhaps he's decided that's the way to go, to spread this field again. Play a few shots. It's in his nature to play shots anyway. And being young, he has very little fear to worry about. Gets forward on this occasion. Played away. There's a stutter in the running. Not out. Played away. Hesitation. And then the run. Well, it was tight. He has to continue now from the St John's end. 82 for 6. Solid defensive shot, playing it up on the offside. Yep. It suddenly hits the mat as well, you know. Big expansive drive this time from Tucker, not making contact with the ball. Dot ball to finish the over. 83 for 6. Oh, yeah. Matthew Toy Previous member here, son of Pauline and Henry. Good to see him back on the ground. He's home for a few days. He lives down in West Sussex now. So if you're watching this in Horsham, .93 at the end of this over, is it? The end of the previous one. So 10 runs behind on DL at the moment. It's those 6 wickets down that are causing the problem with DL, and in fact causing the problem with this game for Pembroke. Clontarf are fielding like they feel they're only 4 balls away from victory, and Pembroke are batting like they don't want to win this game. 2 fielders crashing into each other, and they have hit each other. The ball falls to turf, and that's fortunate for Pembroke, and one of the fielders has stayed down. Well, there'll be a moment here whilst the fielder takes a moment to get back up again. He definitely came off worst of the 2. Bruce Whaley trying to go big early in his innings. And just while we have a moment, fielder still down at the moment, but there are the worms, and you can see they're pretty much intertwined. Pembroke really seem to be wanting to chase down the runs in the same amount of overs as Clontarf, but you can see these regular dots appearing on these lines, and that's the falling of wickets and the lack of partnerships.
He's getting up. He's replaying. He's playing. So we'll get a replay.
Oh,
There you go on your screen.
yes, I know.
It's not in. Don't worry.
You see this collision between these 2 fielders. I didn't hear any call either. They both were there, and one landed very much underneath the other, and the one on top got up and fielded the ball, and the one on the bottom stayed down. Oh, well, it appears everybody's okay, and that's what we're looking for. Just in case Johnny Bell has tuned in since I last put out the appeal. And Johnny, Frank Butler here on the wall looking to talk to you, I think, about the dinner on the 17th. And if you'd like to give us a call, I'll give Frank a call. Well, a big swipe at the full toss, missed. A big swipe put the wicket-keeper off, and I'm not surprised. Two more onto the total. Just 50 required now from Pembroke. And again, I take you back to the fact they have lost 6 wickets. Another over complete for David Vincent. That's 7 gone for him now. And it won't be long before the Clontarf captain is having to think of what his next change will be. Really is a gorgeous Sunday afternoon here now. A little bit of glare off the keep off the grass signs in front of the clubhouse. .87 for 6. Tucker again showing a very solid bat. Absolutely no difficulty with this at all. Let's be honest, Tucker could play out the next 15 overs as maidens, and the required run rate still would be very reasonable. Tucker just keeping Yaz at bay at the moment. Yeah.
94, and it'll still.
And there is the maiden. It makes no difference to DL. What is it?
94.
94 would be DL. So Pembroke just 7 behind on that. Just a sort of, where are you in the game? There's no danger of this being rained off, I don't think. Mind you.
Not until after 28 overs it goes up to 95.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Now, a change of bowling at the nursery end. David Vincent having completed his spell now. And unsurprisingly,
Pardon? Yeah.
well, that is the most complicated set of laces ever to tie. He needed assistance from somebody telling him how to do it. And now it appears that Dutt will be ready to start bringing his brand of wizardry to the middle. Right arm over is the signal from the umpire. Afternoon, how are you? That's clubbed out towards the CRM CJK signs. It will find the boundary, and that's a good start for Pembroke to this over. And Bruce Whaley maybe has got a bit of the frustration and a bit of the pressure lifted with that 4 down to cow corner. Finish line tantalising and close for Pembroke now. 46 required, 4 wickets in hand. Much better delivery from Dutt on this occasion. Here's the one that went for 4. Whaley onto it due to length. Lifted it past the fielder and it ran down to the boundary underneath the sign. I hear a brass band in the background. Not a very good one. 3 balls away from halfway. Oh, we've gone past halfway now. By 3 balls. There will be a drinks interval. I'm just not sure when it will be. Now we're already having been a tea interval in the middle of this innings. Pembroke looked very good before tea. And after tea it's been all Clontarf. Left-handed Tucker. Dutt has decided to go around the wicket. There's going to be a fair bit of scoreboard movement, one feels. Goalkeeper pushing it around for the corner. Tucker resolute in his defence at the moment. He has only scored 5 in 33 deliveries, but he won't mind, his skipper won't mind, and his teammates won't mind at such a scoring rate. The truth of the matter is, he's still there. Whaley's still with him. And with 24 overs to go, just 45 runs required. But again, Clontarf just 4 wickets away from victory themselves. Slight adjustments on the field. The taking out of slip. The ball dropped down to third man isn't a bad option at the moment. In fact, is there anybody behind square? There's a man sort of deep gully. But other than that, every fielder in front of the bat. Played out on the leg side. That's where that fielder is. Put there for that very shot. He has into his 9th over now. He's done a superb job for his side. 2 for 12. Bowled with a control. Be the envy of many a bowler down the lower teams. This one a bit of width, and the fielder is there. Another dot ball. Well, Niall was joking earlier about how the fact that DL wasn't going to change for 3 overs. Well, I think 2 of them are going to be maidens. Now it's coming round the wicket now. That's not too bad. And for that final ball of the over, dot ball. And the score 92 for 6 from 27 overs.
Just don't care at this point. If I go and fix it, that'll mean that the left-hander will get out and...
It's in the middle of the screen.
And at this point, to really fix it, it's lift the side screen and straighten it. So make sure it can go left properly this time. Seems too much.
Tucker to face. And again. Very defensive first shot. After that 4 from his first ball of this spell, Dutt has been just as tight. This one further run going from the next 6 deliveries. Played back down the pitch this time by Tucker. Much fuller pitch, driven away on the offside. They will take 2. It spoils the figures of Dutt somewhat.
2 more onto the score. 2 more to Tucker. 94 for 6. No, and I've seen pop divas with less changes of outfit than you today.
I haven't changed outfit at all.
That hoodie has been on and off.
Exactly the day for it.
I was trying to keep it polite for a family show. Dutt pulls out of his delivery. Umpire signals dead ball.
Yeah, there it is.
Turned around the corner on this occasion. Fielder down after it. They only take the 1. And that will be the end of the over. Tucker will retain the strike. 95 for 6 after 28. And Pembroke actually ahead on DL. Does that make them favourites? Where would your money be at this stage? You think Pembroke are going to find the other 42 runs they require before losing 4 wickets? Or will Clontarf claim that 4th wicket before 42 more runs are added? Overs aren't going to be a factor. There's 22 of them left. I don't think we're going to see all 22 of them. I say I don't think. I'm not ruling it out. I'm not ruling anything out this weekend. We've already had a tie here yesterday between the first 11 of Pembroke and the first 11 of Leinster. Absolutely thrilling game. Well, thrilling finish anyway.
Yeah, gives us 9 overs. You score 5 runs to get to the 100.
Lots of turn on this occasion for Yaz. Wasn't to be. It got past the expansive shot of Tucker, and first slip took it cleanly. Unfortunately for Clontarf, it didn't touch any of the bat. Another one that's close. Bowler falling over in his excitement.
I didn't show it properly in the first place.
I mean, I'm just going to throw this out there just as a general comment, and anybody can come back and tell me what an idiot I am, but what would the odds be of 2 ties? They've got to be pretty astronomical.
The odds now?
No, the odds
Before yesterday.
the odds before yesterday started. I mean, that's like backing the Grand Prix winner after 70 or 71 laps.
After qualifying.
But now,
Right,
but now with Pembroke on 95 for 6. Lovely take by Slip. Just no runs in it. No bat in it. And that's one of those balls you say, is that really just a dot ball in the book? And then that's a beautiful delivery as well. Turning it past the outside edge of the bat. And the bowler, well, he was stunned by how good it was. The invisible man pushing him over. Vincent still with 3 overs to go. He has 2 for 18 from his first 7. And they've gone back to him. This one hit back past the bowler. They take on the fielder. They get through for the single. Whaley moves on to 11.
Pembroke move on to 96 for 6. And 40 is what is required now. Flies through the outstretched hands of first slip down towards the boundary. It gets picked up a yard inside and returned. Big cries of catch it. It wasn't to be. However, speed between the wickets meant that Pembroke pick up another 3. That leaves them on 99 for 6. Whaley keeping out the third delivery. 4 off the over already. Well, this one pushed through a bit harder. Batsman turned round on it. It's down to that really long corner of the ground. It's going to have to be another 3 for Pembroke. And that's what it is. Well run. 3 more. And that takes Pembroke past the century and reduces the number of runs required to 35 now. And there's the chance that just went past Slip's hand. He was well down, coming up. And then the late reaction. Could never really catch it up if you're going to flash hard. Vincent coming around the wicket to the left-handed Tucker. Castley just checking with the scorers that there is one to come. And that gives Vincent a chance to just make a small change to his field. And that's the end of the over. Tucker keeping out that final delivery. Sun shining nicely now. Blue skies and clouds. A good mixture of both. And a bit of sunlight as well. Every time Niall puts his hoodie on, it heats up again. And every time he takes it off, temperature plummets. Many thanks to those of you who have tuned in, subscribers or not, likers of this channel or not. We welcome you all. Our viewers from around the globe, I find absolutely fascinating. Compiling the list of our audience there recently. Fans in the Congo, Cyprus, the Philippines. And of course, a few Pembroke members who have been abroad on their holidays have tuned in whilst away. Gentlemen. Bruce Whaley on 14 now. Donica Tucker, well, very resolute 11 from 48. It's been exactly what his side have needed. Now Clontarf returning to the pace of McCabe. The left arm over. And success at the top of the order, although he did concede a few runs as well. Well, it shows what a difference a wicket makes on DL. No wicket falls. Pembroke actually ahead at the moment, but if one does, they're about 7 runs behind. So this game very much in the balance here, just like yesterday's was. This one's taken on the full. Whaley whips it round the corner. There is a man at deep square leg. It will just be a single, but every run matters at this stage. Still 19 and a half overs to go. There's plenty of time for Pembroke. But also Clontarf just 4 deliveries away. It's certainly been an enthralling game of cricket. David Vincent really is the standout performer today so far. Certainly with the bat, the only one to get to a half century. Okay, searching for and nearly finding the edge of Tucker's bat. Another dot ball. Another dot ball, over is called, 103 for 6. 31 gone now, 19 to go, but 34 runs still required by Pembroke, and the players now leaving the field to take a drink. Well, our umpires and batsmen are back in the middle. Our cameraman is making the long trek back from the facilities at the clubhouse. And now Clontarf also taking to the pitch. $103 for 6 Pembroke now. 31 overs gone, meaning 19 remain. But I don't think we'll see those 19 either way. And how many times have we seen a wicket fall in the first over after drinks? And are we about to see a repeat in this over? Donica Tucker at the non-striker's end. He's on 11. What a resolute innings that has been from him. He's really decided to stick around, and the runs will come. Very mature innings from Donica. And Bruce Whaley joining him. He's on 15 from 27. You'd normally expect a higher scoring rate, but circumstances dictating that Whaley rein in his natural tendency to look for big runs quickly. That having been said, if you're given a full toss first ball, you want to put that away, and that he has. 4 straight to the boundary, first ball after drinks, lifting it over the ring. And that will take him on to 19, and Pembroke on to 107, and just as importantly, the runs required drop to just 30 now. These two came together when the score was 80. They've put on 27 already. 27 vital runs in the context of this game. As Vincent gets one to go past the outside edge of Whaley. Whaley sweeps slogs one. Gently out to mid-wicket boundary. And then with the left-hander coming to face, that fielder comes into the ring. And the fielder at mid-wicket on the other side goes out to Michael Sharp corner. Donica Tucker playing away on the offside, now asking for the sight screen to be moved. Just plays that one into the defensive ring on the offside. And there is the full toss that was put away, and how well it was put away. Fielder's turning immediately, no chance of stopping that, crashing into the fence. There is the Pembroke card. Or Clontarf, sorry, hit the wrong one anyway. 108 for 6. McCabe in. Whaley away. Fielded. Dot ball. Oh, what a super summer of cricket Pembroke Cricket Live has had. Well, the closest game we've had, obviously, was yesterday's tie. We've seen some excellent cricket here at Sydney Parade this summer. And we'd like to thank the... Oh, I wonder what today's figure is. 1,164 people who have subscribed to our channel. We started this season with 777. And we've added, well, Nearly 400 subscribers this year. It's taken us over the 1,000 target that we had set ourselves at the beginning of the year, but you've been magnificent out there. We thank every one of you for joining us, for your likes, for your subscriptions. There's the Pembroke bench. Still seems quite a nervous, tense bench. Keeping an eye on proceedings here. 110 for 6. Nice full ball. Pick up any runs for that. Bruce Whaley, he's on 21. Looking to steer Pembroke home. Again, ready to take the single. The call is no. That's a good, sensible call. Driven away on the offside again, straight to the fielder's hands, bounced into the fielder's hands. That's the end of the over, just 2 coming from it. 110 for 6. And 33 overs have elapsed. Bruce Whaley is on 21, Donna Kentucky on 12. They've now put on 30 for the 7th wicket. And Niall telling us that if DL was to be involved now, 97 would be the score. So Pembroke 13 ahead there. And if
1 ahead of the wicket down.
Well, Vincent now into what I suspect is his final over. It's been a fine spell. He's been a big part of this Clontarf revival in this game. He's caused problems. 30 for 2 so far. Just 4 balls remaining in his allocation. How he'd love to pick up another wicket. He really has bowled well economically. Good call of no. As the fielder gets there in double quick time, the temperature drops another degree or 2. Yeah, the breeze picks up, just whips away any heat there was. I think Peter Prendergast's got it exactly right with the fleece and the shorts. Let's put the weights on. Toss that one a bit more to finish the over. Couldn't tempt the batsman into a rash shot. 110 for 6. It's a maiden over for Vincent. He finishes off with 2 for 30 from his allocation of 10 overs. Pembroke require another 27 runs. There are 16 overs in which to get them. And these two now, well, they've put on a partnership of 30. They need another 27 to see Pembroke home. Another one. At least another one anyway. Southerly wind. Almost southeasterly wind. And then it pushes across again to make a liar of me. McCabe into his 8th over. This one played down to 3rd. They'll take the single. That brings up Nelson. call was early, the call was decisive, and the call was right. No. Great to see the area outside the chapel, in front of the bar and along the wall, starting to fill up a Sunday evening. People coming down to spend the last few hours of the weekend watching some cricket. And 13 of you doing the same online. Well, a good win in the test for England against the West Indies, wrapping up a 3-0 tight test whitewash. And very much in our minds, Ireland's victory against Zimbabwe in Stormont by 4 wickets, thanks to Andy McBride, player of the match. Took 2 wickets in the second innings and then scored a half-century. And our very own Lorcan Tucker with his half-century in that second innings. Absolutely vital runs to see Ireland home in that test match. Next international cricket will actually be here at Pembroke CC, hosting the Irish women against the Sri Lankan women in 2 T20s. That's on Sunday the 11th of August and on Tuesday the 13th of August. That series will then move up to Stormont, where they'll play 3 ODIs.
I know. And my question is, why didn't you say to Daddy go?
How many do you have? Just 2 will do. Quick conversation there with Matthew Ty, and obviously the 2 grandchildren of Pauline and Henry Tay. It's great seeing the different generations arriving into Sydney Parade. "15 overs remain, 90 deliveries, 25 runs required, and dot it will be now that Vincent has no more overs. Prepare to reach the climax of this game. Played that one like it was an unexploded grenade. Clontarf must be getting fed up with the sight of these 2 batsmen. It's gone a lot quieter in the field now. Still some encouragement out there. They know they're still only 4 deliveries away, but this partnership is frustrating and quietening down the Clontarf fielders. Played away on the offside, but not with any great timing or force. Doesn't beat the fielder. No run. Good crowd down for a Sunday night. This innings has had more dots in it than a Hurst painting. Hasn't been the high scoring run fest that some may have expected. 136 was the total in the first innings. It seemed to be under par, but again, what is par? That one just beating the edge and just scraping past the outside of off stump. completes another maiden, and it's 112 for 6. 36 overs gone. Tucker on 13, Whaley on 22. Pembroke have negotiated those couple of overs after drinks without loss. And McCabe to continue from the St John's end as Clontarf search for the breakthrough now. I don't know whether you're breathing heavily or snoring there. Well, Bruce Whaley on strike now. It's been a very mature innings from the young man. Another one taken on the volley. I can assure you the crying in the background belongs to a baby not on the pitch. Push back past the bowler. Again, I do think Whaley is feeling a bit happier facing the pace bowlers. You can walk in front, you're fine, don't worry. Yeah. There's definitely a blind spot behind it. He goes in the air, it's over the fielder's head, but only just. He will pick it up well inside the boundary. They will pick up 2 runs. It's Dot that does the fielding. 2 more runs to Whaley. He moves on to 24. And the score moves on to 114. Another 2 runs closer to that target. McCabe just going a little short on that occasion. This time guided down to third. They just take the easy single. That brings Tucker on strike, left-hander to left-hander. There's the one. Well, I don't want to say it because I think I'm wrong. But if the fielder had been back on the edge of the ring for that, he may have taken the catch.
That's the point you ran the wire.
He is back on the ring now, of course. Tucker sees one a bit short, latches onto it quickly, turns and powers it through mid-wicket. It's running out towards the boundary. The fielder gets there. They pull it up inside the rope, but they won't stop them. Running 4. Bruce Whaley really quick on his toes. Donica Tucker had to be reminded to go for the 4th, but he made it safely. And that's a good score for Pembroke because it brings the runs required under 20 and into the teens. Cracked away. See, first one, Whaley's now about half a run ahead. 2 done, touchdown, touchdown. And then 3 done, and Whaley's on his way already. Tucker's almost finished. And good throw would have had him. As it is, the throw was a little wild, and it let them get through for the all-run 4. Score moves on to 119 for 6. And there are just 13 overs remaining, but just 18 runs required.
I hope there isn't 13 overs remaining.
Well, it's a maximum of 13.
And then it's like
Well.
in the last ball. I'll live with that.
Well, let's see
how this game goes. Whaley comes down the track, beats the fielder in the ring at mid-on, and it runs away to the boundary for 4, and that's another welcome 4. Just 14 more required by Pembroke now, and perhaps they have sailed through the storm and have now reached the calmer waters of the end of the game. Perhaps, or is there another twist in the tale? Just got a look there. You had a close-up of Bruce in his helmet. He looks so much like his dad. Whaley taking the advantage of the time. They spend looking for the ball. He puts down deep. Probably went a little wider than he wanted, or not as wide as he wanted, rather. But it cleared the fielder, ran away to the rope, and that's 4 more runs. And the partnership now 39. This time turned away on the leg side. It will just be a single. Clontarf will accept the single, and Pembroke will take the single. 124 for 6, 13 more runs required. Well, these two have really brought Pembroke back to the favourites' seat. Just 13 runs required now. Well, Tucker played about 3 shots to that delivery. You had a feeling he wanted to take him downtown and then realised, no, this was a local train. Just dropped it at his feet. This one played down the ground, doesn't even leave his crease. No need to run for that. Another 4 for the total, another 4 for Donica Tucker. He moves on to 21, and this has been a magnificent innings. I keep using the word, that is over. I keep using the word resolute, and that's what it's been. 76 balls, 21 runs, but he has been the rock on which this Pembroke innings has been rebuilt. It's taken them now to just needing single digits, 9 more required. You see that? Just punched through. Whaley started running. Tucker thought, I'll meet you halfway. And it ran away to the boundary beautifully. Bit happier now.
Yeah, the last battery really well.
They have. Donica's innings has been amazing. Bruce Whaley drives this one down the ground. It's another one racing out towards the boundary. David Vincent, of course, fields it from his position at first slip. Not quite, but he covered 40, 50 yards to get to that one. See how far he's travelling. Another short one. This one pulled out towards Vincent, and he's put down the catch after me talking him up. I'm dreadfully sorry, David. He's done some fabulous work today, but on this occasion he has put one down, and perhaps it was the run the ball before that just disturbed his concentration or heart rate a little high, but that one came out of his hands and spilled forward. But he's had a super day, both with bat and ball, and even in the field. Swipe from Tucker on this occasion. It's a wide delivery. Pembroke now into the 130s. 132. Just 5 more required. Ended up having to take it at a very awkward height. Nobody more disappointed than himself. Tucker forces one down the ground in an attempt to give Clontarf a chance to run him out. They failed to take it.
133, and now we're just one shot away. These two now have put on 53. And as we reach the conclusion of this game with just 3 runs required now, I for one am putting my vote for player of the match very firmly into the hands of Donnacha. Not just the wickets he took in the first innings, but this innings here he has played 22 off 77, 22 off 78. He really has enabled the Pembroke innings to rebuild around him. There will be players who have scored more. There will be players maybe who took more wickets. But Donnacha's contribution today cannot be underestimated. That's the end of McCabe's over. He's had his 10. 2 for 41 is his return today. Toiled away. He did well at the start, took 2 early wickets when Pembroke were in deep trouble, but he couldn't do what his team needed, which was to come back and break this partnership. They've put on 54. They're very much the pair that have brought Pembroke to the brink of victory. Just 3 more required now. And it looks like it'll be a change of bowling for those 3 runs. Well, hasn't he done well today? It's been a very mature innings from the two of them. Absolutely. Gilhooly standing at wide slip. The change of bowling at the far end with leg spin to come. It's a full toss to start with, and it disappears and is finished with a 6, and that is victory to Pembroke by 4 wickets in a game that swung first one way, then the other, and then back again. It was, well, an interesting one to watch, but it's resulted in a win for Pembroke with 10.5 overs to spare. They've chased down the 136 that Clontarf managed in the first innings, and they've done so with only the loss of 6 wickets, thanks to a stand of 60 between Donnacha and Bruce Whaley. Yep. There it is, full toss, played straight back, and already Tucker is celebrating. He knows that has gone. The fielder knows that has gone. Donnacha didn't even turn around to see where it had gone before he started celebrating. And that is a very good win for the seconds by hook or by crook or by Tucker and Whaley. Their partnership was very definitely the making of Pembroke today, and they walked from the field with their bats held high and with the gratitude of their teammates. Captain Flanagan leading the team out. And we thank both teams for having given us a fabulous game today. Thank you for joining us. Niall, any idea when the next broadcast is? Well, keep an eye on Twitter at CraigPCC. Or just go to the Cricket Leinster fixture page, or alternatively, just keep this YouTube channel on and wait for the notification. It's been an interesting weekend in Pembroke. The first 11 manufactured a draw, a tie with Leinster on Saturday, and on Sunday the seconds have wrapped up a 4-wicket win. There is the Clontarf card from the first innings. As I say, the innings of David Vincent was instrumental in getting Clontarf to any sort of total. And at one stage, a total of 136 actually looked like it could have been a winning total. But that was more down to the second innings. The middle order, well, they missed out. The tail didn't really shake. And there is the Pembroke bowling for that. You can see, top of that, Donica Tucker, 3 for 32. McDara Cosgrave 2 for 14, Bruce Whaley 2 for 11, and then wickets for the first 3 bowlers as well.
They're 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
Compared to ours. Never got ours 7.
Well, that was the first innings, and then Pembroke went off in pursuit. The openers did well, gave Pembroke a solid start, but the middle order, the same as Clontarf's middle order, contributing very little to the chase, and it took a stand of 60 between Donica Tucker and Bruce Whaley to see Pembroke home in the 40th over.
Well, that's what clicked.
Clontarf's bowling. Well, they threw the ball around. There were 7 different bowlers. Well, 6 really. Henry Thompson came on and delivered the final delivery, which Bruce Whaley dispatched for 6. But apart from that, there were some very good figures. Yash, his bowling, 2 for 12 from 10 overs. Economy rate of 1.2. Magnificent. David Vincent, well, he would have been man of the match in any other game. His 2 for 30 to go along with his 60 in the Clontarf innings. Ben McCabe, he took 2 early wickets but then toiled later on, and it was mainly the stands that helped Pembroke get to that final total. The last wicket stand of 60 was definitely the turning point, because you can see there from 55 for 1 they were 74 for 5, and at that stage 19 runs and 4 wickets. That wasn't very bright. But these two came together and played a very mature innings. It's certainly the best I've seen Donica Tucker bat, and to see Bruce Whaley batting with such restraint was an absolute pleasure. There is the final worm. And as I said, Pembroke didn't need to ever pass the scoring rate that Clontarf had reached, because Clontarf, well, they left the best part of 14 overs behind them. Pembroke didn't need all those 14. They only needed 4 of those. 40th over, they reached their target, and they end up with 140 for 6. Bruce Whaley top scoring with 40. McDara Cosgrave, well, he's got 30 up top, but Donica Tucker, 22 from 79 deliveries, resolute and unmovable. He really brought Pembroke home for a good win. I'd like to thank Niall and everybody on the 2 teams and the officials for helping us out today. Graham for providing the live scoring, of course, without whom we wouldn't have these wonderful graphics. And CJK, whose name is on the roof just to the right of the graphics, for being club sponsor. We will see you again soon. We just don't know when. I didn't look it up. Night night. All wrapped up before 6 o'clock. Niall now checking out the fixture list. And we'll give you the chance of seeing more Pembroke cricket. And thank you very much for those of you who did tune in, whether it was from Sydney, Philadelphia, or elsewhere, even Park Avenue.
First Thursday? Yeah, looks like Thursday.
Thursday, when Pembroke's women will be entertaining Balbriggan's women's side in the Sprint Coatings Division 1 game. Pembroke just 2 victories away now from wrapping up the league title. And then next Saturday, Pembroke will be playing Phoenix first in the Leinster Senior Cup final. I can't read the sponsor's name. Oh, Skellig 16, is it? And then on Sunday, it's Pembroke fourths against Balbriggan thirds here. Monday, Bank Holiday Monday, yes. 2 T20 Cup finals for the women, the Senior Cup final and the Minor Cup final. And then after that we go into whole load more. So Thursday is our next broadcast. That's all we're saying.
Yes.
And then we'll deal with the weekend after that. So thank you very much for joining us, and a good night from him, and a good night from me. Good night.
Thanks, Craig.